very informative, and we just don't get in and get out the same way we came in. So we are so excited to have you this afternoon. And like I said, it's going to be exciting inside here. So prepare your energy for the same. So we want the authors of the day to come into the hall. We are going to do it in a style, and I would want us to celebrate them as they come in. We can give them a standing ovation. We can celebrate them as they come in. So our tech person, you'll just have to bring up that song so that we celebrate these remarkable ladies as they walk into the hall this afternoon, even as we prepare to begin our program. So if you're in a position to give them a standing ovation, you may want to do so. If you want to clap your hand, you want to give a sound, but let us keep our positions. Let us not move from one place to another to avoid possible commotion. So hey, authors out there, I hope you're prepared. We are eager to receive you. We are ready for you.
Them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're sinning.
And there we have them coming in. Our authors are walking in right now. It is time to just maybe rise on your feet and just celebrate them, honor them for this great work they have done.
Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good, oh, congratulations.
They are taking their time. They are coming, but they are taking their time. It's their day, so we will not rush them.
Say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that.
These are the remarkable women that have come together to put this book together. So, our wonderful ladies are requesting a different song. So let us do the Kiswahili song. Wanasema hiyo haifiki. There's a way that one is not touching them, they want it to be touched. So we honor that and we will do the needful. So let us get the right music for them. Yes, I think that is the one they want. So we have it all for you ladies. You can now come in, your choice of song is played. And so there they are. You can have them shake a little bit, with that kind of good music. You can stand on stage. You can shake just a little bit and have them up as they walk in. This is their day, and we are here to celebrate them. We are here to support them. Congratulations for this great work you have done. We celebrate you today. And look at how glorious they look. Look at how beautiful they look. We are very reassured and A hand clap, a round of applause for them. You know, when you mean to celebrate somebody, you celebrate them. And you know, we are in Africa. And there's a way Africans, we celebrate people. There is and things like stuff. Yes, so together, let us bring our hands together and celebrate these women. Yeah! Yes, 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 yes. Yes, that is better. It's a good thing to keep clapping until it comes to your turn. Because when it gets to your turn, we will clap even harder. So this evening we are honored. First of all, we want to give glory to God for the opportunity to be here today to celebrate these remarkable 13 women. They didn't know each other before. Maybe if some knew each other, maybe one or two. They are from very diverse backgrounds in different professions with different experiences. And they came together and made this book, The Way She Leads. So we appreciate you, ladies. We are here to just love on you and celebrate you even as we launch this book. I will at this point allow us to take our seat even as we begin our program for the day. So just make sure you're comfortable. If you're biting something, feel free to continue. Don't worry about the utensils. Someone will be passing by to pick them and take them out so that we can avoid a lot of movement. So today, before I start, let me give this quote from Melinda Gates. Melinda says, "A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman." So this afternoon, we gather here today not only to launch the book, but celebrate an anthology that amplifies the voices of women leaders from diverse walks of life. The Way She Leads, insights and lessons from lives and experiences of the women who have authored this book, is a collection of journeys. It is a collection of triumphs and reflections. It is a tapestry of stories that bring us face to face with courage and wisdom of women who have dared to live. This anthology reminds us that leadership isn't always grand. It is never planned for. Sometimes it is built so quietly, one challenge at a time, as women rise, adapt, and evolve to meet the demands of a world constantly in a flux. As we launch The Way She Leads today, we honor the power of storytelling and celebrate the lessons shared by these remarkable women from various walks of life. This anthology, The Way She Leads, is a testament to the stories that bind us, teach us, and ultimately inspire us to chart our own paths forward. Thank you for joining us today. We are honored to host you and do promise you a memorable experience in this hall tonight. So feel very welcome. My name is Dottie. I will be helping with the program today. This event is hosted by Zion Pearl Publishers, which is also the founder of the She Leads project, under which the book, The Way She Leads, has been authored. Now, before we enter into the details of our program today, allow me to put our house in order. So housekeeping matters. Let us have our phones on silent. We will not ask you to put it off because we know you want to take photos and you want to post some stuff on the social media. But we will request you to have it on silent to avoid possible distractions. So let us have our phone on silent. Let us minimize movements. I said if you're biting something and you're done, someone else will be coming in to pick the utensils away, so you don't have to worry about that. Stay seated and enjoy the session. We have our ushers available So if you need any assistance, you may just reach out and the assistance will be accorded. Should you need a biological break, when you leave the door, you turn to your right and then move straight ahead. We have the washrooms right in front of you. There is a common door for both she's and his, and then you split to the he or she, depending on which one you belong to. So don't stay uncomfortable through the session. Should you need to relieve yourself, we have washrooms at the location that I have mentioned. It is also important for us, I know we are very eager to hear from these ladies. They will be speaking to us very soon. And somewhere in between our conversations as we listen to them, there will be a question and answer session. So if you have a burning question concerning the book, maybe you want to write it down and prepare to ask it then. Though very limited questions will be answered, but we will give you an opportunity to get to interact with them. When that time comes, it will be made known to us that it is time for questions and answers. So you may begin, you may want to put down your question. We are live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube at Zion Pearl Publishers Global Network. This event is posted on our social media platforms. We are Zion Pearl Publishers on Facebook, Zion Pearl Publishers on LinkedIn, and we have these 2 hashtags for today. So if you want to share, if you want to repost, if you want to tag someone, if you want to post something and tag us, the hashtags are The Way She Leads, each letter beginning with a caps. The Way She Leads Book Launch, each letter beginning with a caps. The Way She Leads is our hashtag, and The Way She Leads Book Launch is the other hashtag, each of the letters beginning with a caps. So you want to log into your social media. I'm not seeing us touching our phones. Can we get out our phones? Make sure you're posting something. Make sure you're sharing something. Make sure you're tagging someone. So let us get our phones. You can take a selfie and let them know you are part of this event. This is not a small event. This is a big event. Yeah, so we want to let people know that we were part of this event. And it feels good, right? Yes, it does. It feels good. You know, bringing 13 women together, you know, to write a book. These are people who have never met each other, their own experiences and stuff like that. And we have a book here that is inspiring and impacting lives. That is not a small thing. So, at this particular time, I know many of us are interacting with us for the very first time. Probably you're here because a friend is an author of the book. Probably you're here because someone invited you, or you saw a post on the social media, and maybe you have very minimal knowledge or info about why this is happening. It is important that we get to know where we are coming from, where we are at, and where we are headed to. At this particular time, I want to bring to us the man behind the project She Leads. He is a he for she. He is the founder and the director of Zion Pearl Publishers. He goes by the name that many people think is Nigerian, but he is a Kenyan. I don't want to say from which part specifically, but you will marvel if you knew. His name is Mr. Radido Dooso. So I want to bring Mr. Radido Dooso to give a brief remark on this project even before we continue. Karibu sana, Mr. Dooso. A hand clap for him as he comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It looks lovely from up here. It looks colorful. You people brought all the color into the room. It feels nice to see all of you here. And we are so honored to host you here today because you're very special people, because you have decided to rally behind very special people that have pulled together and are the reason why we are gathering here today. So my name is Doso Radido, as has been said. I'm the founder and director of Zion Pal Publishers. Above all, I'm a child of God. It feels good, really, to see this happening, because it's something that we have talked about and planned about and prayed about and discussed in many ways, many forums. And here, by the grace of God, we are and are enjoying it. I hope you are really enjoying it. If you've not started enjoying, please, I set you free to begin to enjoy. Tell whoever seated next to you, tell them Doso is saying, begin to enjoy. And make sure they're enjoying. You should be happy, because I'm so happy. Today, I couldn't sleep. I woke up very early in the morning, and I was wondering how come my alarm is not going off today. I was the one who was waking my alarm up today, because I couldn't sleep. I was just waiting for this hour to come so that we are able to be together and to celebrate these amazing women and announce to the world that there is something good that is happening here, and that something good can actually come from within our midst. So I'll give us a brief about who we are and why we are doing this, and then I will give way to the other items in the program. So Zion Pal Publishers is the name of the company. That name is coined from two words, Zion and Pal. Those of you who are readers of scriptures, you probably have heard a lot about Zion, the city of Zion, the Mount Zion, etc. And Zion is largely, it's a divine place. It's the mountain of God. I like calling it the mountain of God. And then there is the Pearl of Zion, which is the heart of God expressed through a man who came to us in the form of Jesus Christ. So Zion Pearl basically means Jesus Christ. So it was coined that way so that when people ask us, why is this name like this, we tell them the inspiration behind this work is actually a prayer that was answered by God and a direction that was given, that this is what you shall do and this is how you shall do it. So we are here both to serve men and to advance kingdom agenda. We are very proud about that. So this project is designed to be able to shine a spotlight on women, and specifically interested in settling a few questions. The question that has centered around the value of women, and especially the value that women bring in leadership. If you're in the corporate space, you've heard a lot about equity, inclusion, diversity, etc. And one of the areas, the key areas around the subject of equity, diversity, and inclusion is the role of women, or what we call gender inclusion or gender equity, etc. So through this project, we seek to enrich that conversation in a way that settles a number of questions, which I think, as long as we allow them to linger, then we will struggle with the whole conversation around equity. And the first question is, who are women? Who are they? And what do they know? What can they do? Because by the time you're being included into something, somebody must be comfortable with who you are, what you know, and what you can do, right? So when we demonstrate practically and in an immortalized way, then the questions will be settled. So through this project, we want to actually harness from their experiences and harness from the intelligence that they have built, the wisdom that they have gathered along the way, and put it in a way that can actually speak to people, speak to programs, speak to practice, speak to culture, in a way that powerfully demonstrates what women know. And in a way that also demonstrates what they can do and what they have done. It is not easy to speak about the subject of inclusion if you really cannot be able to demonstrate the capability of the people you want to include. Because inclusion is about functions and productivity and delivering results, etc. If you ever have been included in something, yet you didn't know how to function there, or you didn't have capability to deliver results there, then you know that somebody was setting you up for failure, right? But if you show up there with capability and ability to function and deliver results in those spaces, then you know that that inclusion was something that was going to generate value and not embarrassment or failure. And so, by doing this, we can now, in a tangible way and in a referenceable way, demonstrate who women are, what they know, what they have done, and therefore what they can do. So that as we speak about that, we do not have a question about that. Because in some spaces, the conversation around inclusion has been very difficult because people have actually wondered, what can they do? And so many phrases have come up. Phrases like, what a man can do, a woman can do better. That's a question of capability, right? And ability to function and deliver results. And all those are sentiments that are flying across because somebody is trying to demonstrate that, hey, you know what? You are ignoring us, but we can do these things actually. And the women we are going to be listening to today are people of capability and are people that are actually demonstrated in the different spaces that they work in and live in, that they are actually resourceful, they are capable, they have results to show, etc., etc. Lastly, we want to settle the question, where are the women? And the reason why we are shining a spotlight on them, including through this event, is so that we can show you where they are. By the time we are done with this session today, all of you will have known all of them, because you will see them and hear them and experience them in ways that will take very long before you forget. And as I say this, when the ladies get an opportunity to come here and share with us what they want to share with us, I want you to do it so powerfully in a way that it will be very difficult to forget. You know what I'm saying? Because this is your time. So help me settle that question. Settle the matter of where are they? We want to remember you for a very long time. Personally, I'm very keen to pick quotes from what you will say today because I want to start quoting you. I was listening to Julia Thitai one day. We were having a webinar. And she said something so powerful that I'm using these days. And I'm quoting you. I'll continue to quote you as long as I can remember that quote. That once you have been qualified for something, you also have to qualify yourself, right? And that is very powerful. And that came from Julia Thitai, just one of us here. So when you come here to speak, speak so powerfully in a way that will make it very difficult for us to forget you and very difficult for the world to ignore you. Because we want to tell the world that there are resourceful people in our midst. They are capable, they are wise, they are intelligent, they are able. They are people of credibility and results. So that is the spirit behind this. Lastly, we wanted to do something that can help us minimize the loss of wisdom. Africa has been challenged by her inability to critically document everything that she knows. If there is something we are doing badly that other worlds are doing better than us, is documentation. You see, our tradition passed information through oral conversations and stuff like that, and it worked up to some point. When we began to interact with other parts of the world, in whichever way it happened, we realized that people are documenting what they know, and they are using that to build themselves. So while they were doing that, as we kept talking to each other and passing it, and you know that that form of passing information has so many weaknesses because it gets biases as it goes, and sometimes it gets distorted, but importantly, it gets forgotten. And lastly, it gets buried. All the people that ever lived in the past that knew a lot of things, when they buried them, they buried all of those things. When I was young, they told me my grandfather was a very wise man. And I asked them, is there anything he said or wrote that I can see and they couldn't tell me. They just told me the things he did, and I really appreciate what he did. But I would really have loved to read his thoughts. What was he thinking about? And so we are trying to minimize the loss of this intelligence, because as I speak to you, that problem continues to persist with so many of us. Very many of us have had ideas and insights and things that you should not die with, that you should leave behind or even throw out here in a way that can contribute to the momentum that is building even as our society is growing and evolving. But because we don't write, we keep dying with our wisdom. And one of the things that has happened is that a lot of our women have been buried with their wisdom. There is a quote that I like using a lot. It's my quote. So once I say it, you can quote me. You're permitted to quote me and put my name there. That in this part of the world, in many instances, we underraise our women, we undereducate them, we underemploy them, we undermarry them, and do everything else under. But when we get to the place where we are burying them, we overbury them. That means everything they had or they have gets buried. That is the best thing we do with that resource. But when they are alive, we don't exhaust their resourcefulness. So when they show up in offices, we start looking at them in a biased way and we say, no, you can't do that, you can't do this. So we underemploy them. When they want to go to school, we tell them you can't do this subject, you can't do this other one. And so we undereducate them. And when we marry them, we tell them, no, you can't say that here. So we really control who they are in that environment. Actually, I've seen very few women who have lived their life totally free to be a woman. Many of them are really controlled in many environments. And I never knew this until I started talking to women. For the last 3 years, I have spoken to a woman almost every day. Every day. Even today, I talk to so many of them out there. So when you calculate the amount of information that translates to, it's a lot. And I realized that actually, we live in the same world, but we don't experience this world the same way. Men are experiencing this world differently. Men are freer. Men are allowed. You know, you can try this and that. You can fail and come back. You can think about this and come back. You can go to the moon and come back. And that's okay. You are allowed to risk it. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you lose it. But for many women, that's not the case. A lot of their lives is really prescribed and really controlled. And if you look at that, what it does to the resource, it causes us to really underutilize the resource. And that is why I said the only thing we have done very well with them is to overbury. Because when we bury women, we bury them completely. We bury everything that they had. And so, through this project, we hope to be able to tap into that resource, to demonstrate it, and use it to influence how things are happening. We want to influence how we think about them. And if you ask me, other than the physical container that women show up in, inside there is good energy, there is good intention, there is creativity, there is empathy, there is concern, there is leadership, there is ability. I mean, all these things. So that if you can permit yourself to look beyond the container and allow yourself to interact with that resource and even permit yourself to collaborate with that resource in a way that can power growth and development, I think we will begin to do better. And in my opinion, one of the things that first world nations have done better than other worlds, either second or third, is how well they have tapped into the resourcefulness of their women. If she's a scientist, she'll be supported. If she has an idea, she'll be supported. If she wants to become president, she will be supported. But in this part of the world, we are still so much biased and looking at it through the lenses of gender and the outside container, and actually disallows us the opportunity to tap into this resource. But I'm praying for a day when we will get to a place where all those shells will fall off our eyes and we begin to see the resource that God deposited in these people. Because beyond what you're seeing today, There is the intention of God in depositing resourcefulness in these people. And he actually wanted that resource to come and be a blessing to humanity in our places of work, in our communities, in our families. And that is why a woman was created. A woman was created to come and complement men. But the way we look at it, we have put a war between the genders. The male is fighting against the female is chasing down the male, and it's a war. I pray that one day that war will come to an end, and we begin to see each other as people who are supposed to collaborate and optimize each other's abilities and capability in a way that generates good value for ourselves and brings glory to the name of the Creator who made us. So today we are here to celebrate a very, very huge milestone. We are actually here to make history because it is happening for the first time with this cohort. And as you've been told earlier, they never knew each other. They came to know each other through this. And the way it's playing out, it's like they are going to be friends for a very long time. These ones have decided they are taking it further than this. And it is okay. It is okay. We are here to watch what blessing will come out of that. We are here also to lay a very important legacy stone. What you're going to do, ladies, or what you've done, will be read and talked about and referenced even more than 100 years from now. Because books don't die. 100 years from now, somebody will be having a copy of the book you've written in their shelves and talking about it or getting inspired by it, getting woken up by it. And they will marvel at the things we did in our time. We've come to witness a great achievement in the collective effort of not only championing women's empowerment, but also highlighting the value that women bring to leadership on all other spheres of life. What we are witnessing today is the power of women's resourcefulness. Today is a product of many things. It's a gift from God, of course, and also the efforts of many, and importantly, the power of collaboration and the willingness to say yes to opportunities. This day makes a significant moment in my life also, and the calendar of the publishing company I work with. It is a day when we have come to achieve the ambitious goals that we have set for ourselves. This project has a target of reaching more than 10,000 women leaders and sharing their stories and generating a lot of literature in a way that nobody will find it very difficult to raise the questions that I talked about earlier. And as I said, gives us an opportunity also to gather those insights and lessons in a way that can be used to challenge and improve the way we do things. So while we are proud with our success today, we recognize that there is also some more work to be done. More women need to be woken up. And I think one of the most important things that I want us to do, if you forget everything I say, don't forget this. We need to wake more women up. Do you know how powerful it is when somebody wakes up from sleep? When they are asleep, they are vulnerable. They don't even know who they are, where they are. But when they wake up, they are powerful. They can speak to you, they can engage with you, they can do things. And all we want to do is to wake some people up. There are many people who are living in our midst today that have not woken up to their potential, woken up to their purpose, woken up to the value they carry, woken up to what they're supposed to do, woken up to the realization that they need to contribute something in the momentum that is building around us today. More women need to be taught how to say yes to opportunities. So if you see one of them who is still struggling with saying yes to opportunities, please show them how to say yes to opportunities, because there is something that very powerful that happens the moment we say yes to things. Actually, most of the things you have in your life today are the things you said yes to, and most of the things you don't have in your life today are the things that you either said no to or you have never been exposed to them. So yeses are powerful. Yes to opportunities that foster their growth and benefit our collective progress. More women need to wake up to the fact that they are capable of more. We need to translate what we've accomplished into tangible, supportive environments, and we also need to have all stakeholders rally behind this cause to be able to enable the optimization and maximization of women's contribution. Because when we do that, we all benefit. And you all know how it looks like at home when you have a mother who is informed, who is intentional, and is capable of contributing value to the family. You all know how that affects not just the partner in the house, but even the children. If you compare that to families where the mother is incapable in one way or the other, you know how children suffer, and eventually almost everybody suffers. So the value comes back to us, and that's why there is need for us to champion this and to really rally behind it. Doing this has the potential to boost our competitiveness in nearly all key levels. So ladies, I want to congratulate you today for your audacity to lead, even when the terrain is tough. I came to realize that in leadership, being a woman leader is different from being a man leader. It's not the same story. It's very different. The way you experience leadership as a woman is different from the way you experience it as a man. I want to salute you, ladies, for sharing your experiences. And thank you for leading forward by planting seeds of inspiration and challenge for the many aspiring leaders who are watching and learning from you, and those who will learn from you through this book. Thank you for saying yes to the opportunity to write a lasting legacy. I'm very, very proud of you, and I think I've told you that many times. Even today, I'll tell you, I am proud of you. You're making me very proud. I also want to thank all of you in the audience today, and those watching us online, who have come to celebrate and cheer these women and the cause that we are in. I want to thank everybody in the community, in workplaces, and in government, and around the world who have supported the agenda of growing women and including them in the things that we do. I challenge you to take this message back to your homes and your workplaces and help build a society that fully taps into the resourcefulness of women. God bless you so much, and enjoy yourself this afternoon. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Thank you, Mr. Dawson, for that powerful remark. And I have taken something with me. You cannot talk about inclusion without evaluating the ability of the one you want to include. The more reason why we are digging deep into the untapped resourcefulness of women, so that when we get to the table and the question comes, what do you bring to the table? Then we have the exact value of what we are bringing to the table. Thank you for that powerful remark. We enter into our next session, the long-awaited. We are now going to get to meet the authors in their speech. You know, there's physical meeting, and then you get to know somebody as they open up. You get to know what is in their heart. So we are going to have all the 13 of them speak to us today. Very authentic stories, very authentic experiences, some great lessons and insights that we can learn from. And I'm going to bring our first speaker of the day. This is our number one in terms of speech. She goes by the name Olive Murimi Gitau. I will say something briefly about Olive, then I'll bring her to the platform. So Olive is an internal audit, risk management, and public financial management professional with over 18 years experience, advising on and implementing effective internal controls, risk management practices, and sound governance processes in private and public sector institutions in Kenya and across the African continent. Olive lives with versatility and compassion through inspiration while building harmony with people, in addition to being a future-oriented visionary. Her great interpersonal and communication skills with polished problem-solving abilities and her strong belief in high ethical standards have exemplified her life experiences. She is a sustainability champion, passionate about systems, thinking as an enabler towards transformational impact. Her current focus. At present, Olive is the head of the internal audit at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, which was established by the government of Kenya through the National Treasury and Economic Planning, 9 banks, 11 circles, the International Finance Corporation, and Shelter Afrique to promote sustainable home ownership in Kenya. As an ISPAC Council member, her role is critical in ensuring proper performance of the Institute by providing vision and policy direction as prescribed in the Accountants Act number 15 of 2008. Together with her council colleagues, they are responsible for overseeing the operations of the Institute, ensuring delivery of value to its members, currently standing at over 35,000. Past experience. Olive held a successful tours of duty at the Central Bank of Kenya as a senior internal auditor from 2007 to 2021, that is 14 years, and at the Kenya Revenue Authority as a revenue officer from 2000 to 2007. Besides this, she has undertaken various assignments locally and across the continent, training on risk management and internal controls at the Kenya Schools of Monetary Studies, the Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute of East and Southern Africa, headquartered in Zimbabwe, that brings together ministries of finance and central banks from 14 African countries. About her family, Olive has been married to MJ Gitau for 16 years, and together they are blessed with 2 wonderful teenage boys, Bethel and Lucas. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the microphone Olive Gitau. A round of applause. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dottie. Good afternoon. Wow, that was a long introduction. But it's good to see everybody, and it's an honor to be part of these amazing ladies under this project of The Way She Leads. Our esteemed guests, speakers, Eva Moraya and Dorcas Odumbe, karibu sana. My inspirational co-authors, ladies, you are truly exceptional. Our publisher, Mr. Doso, the engine behind our book launch today, thank you. And you, our guests today, who have come to support us, our family, our friends, our colleagues, good afternoon. We are truly honored to have you here. Allow me to start with a quote I discovered recently. Champions aren't made in gyms. Champions are made from something they have deep inside them. A desire, a dream, a vision, by Muhammad Ali. Now, I resonate so well with this quote because of my recent struggles with maintaining consistency in my gym schedule. So you can see why the first part made so much sense to me. Well, it's been quite a struggle. Anyway, let's just say I now take a day at a time, one victory after another. You know, last Sunday, part of our Reverend's preaching were insights on how to make it through tough seasons, like we now have, considering the SHIF, or do we say SHA, deductions that have been levied on some of our salaried people, not forgetting the affordable housing levy that also kicked in earlier in the year. God knows we need a break. Canon said the way some of us, due to our sizes, probably the Lord is trying to tell us we need to scale down to 1 meal a day. Well, who knows? But maybe we really laughed. But there must be some truth in those sentiments. Anyway, let's get back to the quote. Champions are made from something they have deep inside them. A desire, a dream, a vision. Now think through that. What is your desire, your deepest desire, your dream, your vision? We are all born to pursue our unique visions, purpose or dreams. The desire within you that keeps you going and seeking to keep moving. Personally, I'm truly grateful to God for surrounding me with family and friends who supported me and continue to support me or have pushed me to follow after God's purpose in my life. I'm still discovering it day by day by taking every opportunity provided to me to excellently serve in the Lord's vineyard, serving humanity through my skills, expertise, and talents, and not taking opportunities for granted, seizing every moment as it presents itself. Allow me to read an extract from the book on my chapter, because we are here for the book launch. So if you have your book, you can turn with me to page 91. There's a book I read, Grit by Angela Duckworth, The Power of Passion and Perseverance. In her book, she identifies 3 things that each of us must do to grow grit from the inside out. First, discover your interest and passion. Then take time to develop it through practice, and then deepen it through purpose. To be a leader and expert in your craft requires passion for your work, with a little bit of discovery, followed by a lot of development, and then a lifetime of deepening. Interests are triggered by interactions with the outside world. Take time to figure things out. Without experimenting, you can't figure out which interest will stick and which won't. Interests thrive when there is a crew of encouraging supporters around you. Have a support system that cheers you on towards your destiny. I'm thankful I've had the blessing of a supportive spouse and family. Take time to deliberately practice to improve your skill. Keep learning and increasing your knowledge to keep growing. Marshall Goldsmith has suitably put it in this book: what got you here won't get you there. The skills, knowledge, and behaviors that got you to your current level of success aren't sufficient to get you to the next. Continuous improvement builds consistency and credibility. I discovered I enjoy being with people, seeing things done right, and more so advocating for the interests of others to ensure excellence in service. This saw me seek out elective positions. It started small at my workplace when I sought to be elected as a trustee for our pension fund. And the Lord graciously helped me to see the strengths I could leverage on from my support system. And that desire continued to grow until today I find myself an NISPAC council member, a position I had to vie and contest for. And just like the introduction, we have a membership of over 35,000 spread across the entire country. That needed me to spread myself thin and visit almost all 47 counties. It wasn't easy. I didn't make it to all of them, but as many as I could, I tried. And thankfully, with the support of others, I made it. Now, what you need to know is that all this stems from a desire that lies deep inside and within, because when push comes to shove and the rubber meets the road, as the journey gets rough and tough, my dear brothers and sisters, you will need to call yourself to a meeting and ask yourself again and again, why am I doing this? And it's your passion and purpose that will keep you going with the assurance you have on the one who grounds you or anchors you. In summary, hold fast to your anchor. Stay grounded. Your values will keep you grounded. Surround yourself with a support system that builds you up and cheers you on. I'm truly grateful for my family. My mom and dad, they couldn't make it today, but they are watching. Who taught me to seek the Lord? Because there lies my answer. My siblings who gave me a reason to keep going, because I needed to set a good example. Being a firstborn is not easy. It's quite a task, I admit. Learn to say yes, and also I said it. Learn to say yes to opportunities, even when you feel inadequate. Those times when you have to stretch yourself to deliver are indeed your growth moments. Challenge yourself through the fear. Say a prayer and trust the Lord through it all. Leverage on your relationships. My husband has been such a pivotal part of my journey. His support and candor that pushes me to do better. He's here. He's just right there in front. My friends and colleagues are indeed God sent. Thank you. Keep learning to empower yourself and then pour it out to others. Your cup will keep getting filled when you keep emptying yourself by pouring yourself out to others. As you keep getting elevated, learn to deliberately and intentionally empower others. For those of us who are seeking opportunities, I challenge us to be proactive. Learn to reach out, to go out of your way Volunteer, place yourself out there by doing something. And just to finish up, grit means courage and resolve, strength of character. Let me end with another quote by Ed Vischers, 7-time climber of Mount Everest and author of No Shortcuts to the Top, who said, "Grit teaches that life's high peaks aren't necessarily conquered by the naturally nimble, but rather by those willing to endure, wait out the storm, and try again." Endure, wait out the storm, and try again. Let us therefore celebrate steady growth, lasting success. That is my chapter. Thank you.
Let us put it together for Olive. Thank you, Olive, for speaking to us so powerfully. We appreciate you. Sorry. So that was Olive. And from every speaker, you get to pick something. Let us celebrate her. So as I listened to Olive speak, when she began, she talked about champions are made from something that we have deep within us. So who you become doesn't come from the outside. It comes from within you. So the thing is, what do you have within? Because that is where you becoming a champion begins from. Thank you so much, Olive. We get to our second speaker of the day. And I want to say this is a special case because she will not only talk about the book, but she also has a testimony she will be sharing with us in brief. So coming next to us is none other than Eva Giduku, and I will introduce her, but will allow her to say more when she comes to the platform. Eva Giduku is a credit expert and trainer with over 20 years of experience in credit and financial planning. She helps people prepare for and access the credit they need to grow. She simplifies the loan process, guiding you every step of the way to achieve your financial goal and unlock the new opportunities. As a credit expert and trainer, she does not only provide training, but also equip you with the tools and guidance you need to secure personal or business loans. She helps you plan your financial journey to ensure that the loan serves its purpose and prepare you for repayment. Whether it's budgeting, planning, or even investing your funds, she is always there to support. She has worked in various local banks as a credit manager, lending to retail, SMEs, and corporates. She has also worked with an international fintech lending to business across Africa. She has consulted for a wide range of businesses from startups to large SMEs. Additionally, she has worked abroad with Merrill Lynch, a Fortune 500 company, as a fund manager overseeing pension scheme funds. She holds an MBA, Northwood University, Michigan, USA, and a bachelor's degree, BEd Arts, Kenyatta University. Her passion lies in helping SMEs grow by accessing affordable credit. She wants to empower Kenyans, especially women and youth, through entrepreneurship so they can achieve financial freedom and avoid the trap of unregulated lenders. At this point, and I said this is a special one, so let us open our hands very wide and then bring them together as we bring to the platform our sister Eva Giduku. Yay! Karibu.
Thank you, Dottie, for that amazing introduction. And thank you, everybody. Yes, it does look nice from up here. As you've heard, my name is Eva Githuku. So I will start again. It is such a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. Thank you all for joining us to celebrate The Way She Leads, a book that captures stories that have been told by women authentically, stories of leadership, resilience, and strength. The authors sharing in this book are incredible, and I feel thrilled to be a part of them today. So, welcome. I have written chapter 3, and I would like to start by saying, in life, I go by this quote: choose progress over perfection. Because if you wait for perfection, then a moment like this would never come. If you ask any of these authors, none of them were ready for this moment. But they chose progress over perfection. And here we are. My chapter, as I said, it talks about tenacious and resilience. What is tenacity? A simple definition, if you look it up in Google, for the word tenacity, is persistent determination. And why is this quality important in leadership? In leadership, tenacity is more than just setting goals. It's more than following those goals. It is staying determined, even when our plans do not work. Even when sometimes the path gets tough, it is that determination that keeps us going. And what is resilience? Once again, a simple definition for the word resilience is capacity to withstand and recover quickly from difficulties. As you'd say, spring back. We all know the journey of life is full of setbacks. And what helps us to learn and to keep going is resilience, because that resilience helps us not to hold back. Whether it's a project at work that didn't work out, whether it is a missed opportunity, or a challenging decision that you need to make. Resilience is that spark that will let us get back and try again. And it is in this moment we grow as leaders. So tenacity and resilience, they are not just about pushing forward. They are about understanding why we lead and the people we lead. And I will tell you, sometimes as a leader, all odds will go against you. You will completely just not get it, and sometimes you may fail. At this point, I want to give an example of our athletes. We are in Kenya, that's what we are known for. Those athletes who train for marathons. Sometimes they will train for 6, 7 months, sometimes years. And then when that day for that race comes, all odds can fail. The weather may not be what you thought it would be. The terrain for where you are running may not be what you expected. And guess what? They will fail, and they will not win that marathon. But they do not give up. They dust themselves up again and train for another 6, 7 months for the next marathon. And that is what I call resilience. As I have shared in my chapter, it is in this moment of failure that you have to find that little determination in you to keep going. And I know when things are not looking up, sometimes it's easier to just stay down and bury our heads. But as leaders, we cannot do this now because there are people watching us and the impact you're putting on them. So what is important at that moment is to get up. And it's not how big you spring back. I know the society teaches us about big comeback stories, and big comeback stories are very nice. But what I have learned, what matters is how fast you get up and the small steps you start to make towards your comeback. You keep putting one foot in front of the other. Just keep that determination and do not quit. Now, if you have the book, I have started my chapter by saying that I am a storyteller. So I cannot leave here before I tell you a story. So, August 22nd, 2023, I went to see my doctor for what was meant to be a routine checkup. I had had a small surgery, and for the most part, I was healed. So this was really just supposed to be that last visit to confirm all was well. But what he told me would change my life forever. My results from the surgery showed that I had stage 2 breast cancer. At that point, my whole life flashed in front of me. All I could think of was my children. No offense to my husband. He's here, by the way. And he came in a quick second. But in all this, at that moment, I really thought I was going to die. The doctor, he did his best to explain to me and assure me that my disease had been caught at an early stage and that the world of medicine had changed. They had better ways of now dealing with these situations. And, my chances were good. But of course, at the time, I had nothing. All I could see was black. And at that moment, I wanted to bury my head and stay down. What's the use? I mean, it's cancer. What are the chances of coming back up? Anyway, after composing myself, I went home still in a daze. And after a day or two, I called myself to a meeting. And I told myself, and at that day I resolved, I was going to fight. I was going to fight this monster. And I called in that persistent determination and the tenacity, and I decided I was only going to focus on beating this thing. The next day, I took my first step. I went back to the same doctor, and he gave me a treatment plan, which we discussed in length over a long period, because most of the things he was talking about are things I never even imagined I would have to have conversations about. I kept thinking a few days ago I was okay, and in fact I was. And even at that moment, I was okay. I was not in pain. Nothing about me had changed. I was fine. But the complexities of cancer. I promised myself I would follow his treatment plan to the letter. But what followed was nothing I could ever have prepared for. Cancer treatment is a world of its own. It's filled with complexities, endless hospital visits, injections, one test after another. At one point, you're balancing your vitals. Today, your hemoglobin is too low for you to take your chemotherapy. Tomorrow, your immunity is dangerously low. You shouldn't even leave the house. The next day, your platelets are too low. To balance your immunity brings down your platelets. And it's just a dance. Your liver function is not doing well. And to deal with all these side effects, you're taking numerous and numerous pills, which really, I don't even think they work, because there's something called nausea in the world of cancer. And it is so bad that there were days I could barely, and there were other days I was too weak to move. So it was like a constant battle between the and my body. But it's all, I decided I was going to fight. In fact, I make a joke that I learned so many medical terms. Honestly, medical school should give me something, some credits or something towards a medical degree. But in all this, I chose to keep going, no matter how hard it was. There were days I would carry my laptop, because I was still working. I would carry my laptop, and I would have meetings while having my chemotherapy. So an IV on one hand and a meeting on the other hand. Of course, if they ask me a difficult question, I'd switch on my video. And once they see my IV, they would leave me alone. And on some days, I would wear my or a head wrap and attend my kids' functions in school. You know why? Because life has to go on. And it is, in fact, during this battle that Zion Pearl Publishers reached out to me to be a part of this project. In fact, I feel so bad for them, because I kept making a meeting with Mr. Duso, and then I'd go for a treatment in the morning, and then I'd come home and fall asleep and forget the meeting. Thank God he never gave up on me, which is how I am here today. So I would like to say my chapter was written when I was in the middle of radiotherapy. I finished. Thank you. I finished my treatment on 30th of August. So really just 2 months ago. So, 16 rounds of chemotherapy, 1 mastectomy, and 15 rounds of radiotherapy later, and numerous hospital visits and injections. I stand in front of you today, not as a cancer patient, but as a cancer survivor. And that, to me, is my embodiment of resilience and tenacity. No matter how hard it gets, you have to find that little determination in you to keep going. And as I said, it's the little steps that you start to make that will get you there. And I know there are many warriors, maybe some are misters here, and it's not only in cancer. There are many other journeys, many battling diabetes, heart diseases, kidney failure, HIV. And I commend all of you for your resilience, and may you keep going. And we've just completed the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I would like to urge everybody here, please pay attention to your health. As I said, everything was perfect with me. There was nothing wrong. I was not in pain. So just pay attention. They call it, I told you, I know very many medical terms. They call it high index of suspicion. Just when you notice something different, please see your doctor. And I will urge, especially women, because I can only talk about the cancer that I know, please learn how to do that self-examination. Go to ChatGPT today, go to Google, anywhere, just figure out how to do it. And even after this, you can see me, it takes only a minute to explain. And even to the men here who do not take attention especially to their health, please do those tests. Thank you. Effects of chemotherapy. Please just take a moment to do those tests, because screening is the game changer in this disease. Early detection is everything. In conclusion, let us embrace the changes that come our way. When things happen, don't ask why me, because nobody deserves bad things. All you do is call yourself into a meeting, then call in your resilience and weather it. And in our leadership journey, let's remember to show empathy, and let's remember everything we do is impacting others. And leaders are not only found in boardrooms, or they are not the ones that direct people. I will read something from the book. You have the book. Please open with me page 52. And this is what I say. In conclusion, leadership isn't just about directing people. There are many ways to be a leader. You can be a leader in your area of expertise by providing timely and beneficial information that make people look up to you. You can also be a leader by becoming someone who exudes so much positive energy that people want to be around you. And in turn, you provide leadership. And you can also be very good at empathy, that you learn how to deal with different situations and provide leadership in various continents. Wherever you find yourself in leadership, remember it's a process. It's a continuous journey of learning and growth, embracing challenges, seeking feedback, cultivating understanding, and fostering connections. Most of all, you will learn leadership qualities through experience and facing adversity. But at the end of the day, the most important quality of all is empathy. How you make those around you feel and how you change or impact their lives. You will notice today all the 13 authors are wearing a ribbon like the one I have. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting me and for doing that in honor of me today. Thank you once again.
Thank you. We celebrate you. We celebrate your tenacity and your resilience. We celebrate your healing. Thank you for being vulnerable with that testimony. Let us celebrate her. She is tenacious. She is resilient. She has overcome cancer. Wow. What a beautiful testimony. We celebrate you, Eva. So also just to let us know that we have a breast cancer awareness information desk just outside there. If you may want to get some information about the same, just pass by the desk and get to talk to an expert, an health expert that is there. So we have the table right on the left door from my position. We have the table there. If you have time, please visit them and get to have some of your questions answered. Otherwise, it's a very beautiful thing to see a sister overcome such a monster. You know, it's encouraging. Could be there is someone that is dealing with the same. It is possible to overcome. It is possible to overcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to remind us again that we are live on YouTube, and this event is also posted on our other social media platforms. On YouTube, we are Zion Pearl Global Network, Zion Pearl Publishers Global Network. You want to go there and, just share with someone. Our hashtags are The Way She Leads, The Way She Leads Book Launch. All the first letters are caps. The Way She Leads, The Way She Leads Book Launch. Just go on your social media platform, repost something, take a selfie of yourself, let people know you are part of this glorious event. Like I said in the beginning, this event is not small, or it's a big one. It's a big one. So as we continue to delve into the matters of the day, turn to your neighbor. Ask them, have you read this book, by the way? Umenunua copy? Just check with them. Check with them. Check with them. Just check with them. Check with them. If they are not having a copy, encourage them to get one. Encourage them to get one. We have copies available. You can purchase one for yourself. You will love it. You will love the book. I'm one of the persons who have had the privilege to at least, get a sneak peek of every chapter. I know at least what everyone has written about because I got the book ahead of time. And I'm loving it. I will do a reread where I now sit down and take notes. The book is interesting, very authentic, real life stories. Sometimes you see yourself in their stories, and sometimes you wonder, so what have I been doing in life? What have I been doing in life? So the book will provoke you to become better than what you already are at this time. So we come to our third speaker of the day, and this is none other than Mercy Karuga. Yay! Mercy, looks like your family is here, and we appreciate that. So Mercy Karuga is a passionate talent management professional, executive coach, and psychologist dedicating in elevating people, culture, and wellness within organizations. With a track record of over 7 years in dynamic startups, she has shaped impactful people and culture systems from an engineering and financial management company to an African network of schools. Currently, she works at a global insurtech company, Polar Advisors, as the Associate Director of Global HR. A champion for continuous positive change, Mercy is not only a dedicated professional, but also a mother to her daughter, Zahra. I think Zahra is in the house. Where's Zahra? Yay! Whom she lovingly calls her Bright Dawn. Her desire to create a better world for her child motivates her continuous dedication to helping others reach their fullest potential personally and professionally. This drive extends to her coaching practice. She recently earned her triple accredited Academy of Executive Coaching certification, enhancing her expertise in empowering individuals and leaders to grow and thrive. Her coaching philosophy is rooted in the belief that the only limits we have in life are those we set for ourselves. In her early career, she spent 3 years as a psychologist, providing counseling focused on mental well-being, establishing therapy goals, and offering personalized treatment plans to support her clients' emotional health. These foundational experiences have shaped her holistic approach to leadership and coaching today, where she emphasizes achieving goals and enjoying the journey. Outside of her professional pursuits, Mercy is a poet, where words find their magic in her verses, and a bass guitarist with a love for adrenaline. From the thrill of sport cars to the pulse of her music, her multifaceted background and deep passion for people enable her to bring a unique, vibrant perspective to building thriving cultures, meaningful work experiences, and fulfilled individuals. Let us put it together for Mercy Karuga. Let's clap until she comes to the platform. We celebrate you. You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. Turn to your neighbor and tell them you can be this and that.
You can be this and that.
All right. Thank you so much, Dottie, for that intro. You look all very lovely from up here. Beautiful stories from the authors that have come before me. So today, ladies and gentlemen, fellow authors, very lovely ladies, every time I listen to you, I get a new insight. Our keynote speakers, friends, mentors, family, and esteemed guests, it's such an incredible honor to stand here with you today as we celebrate the launch of our book, The Way She Leads. This journey has been deeply personal and rooted in the invaluable insight and support of so many of you here. The book began with a seemingly simple yet profound question of, who am I? The first time the team reached out from Zion to ask us to be part of this project, we started thinking, what do you want to authentically share with the world? What part of you do you want to share? And what part really matters? So as much as we look forward to this book being refreshing to you, it has brought a lot of insight to us. It has opened a doorway for us connecting with ourselves authentically and giving us a chance to pause, reflect, and look within ourselves. In our busy lives, we don't often get an opportunity to take a moment and look inward and ask ourselves this question honestly, deeply looking through the mirror and seeing ourselves before we can long to be seen by others. So answering this question of who am I and what do I want to share with the world has been one of my life's most challenging, revealing, and transformational experiences. This exploration into myself has not only shaped my perspective on leadership, but it has also transformed, or rather informed, every story, every lesson you will find in the pages that you're going to read in the book that you're holding in your hands. As an executive coach, I've discovered that asking powerful, thought-provoking questions and holding space in silence is nothing short of magical. We long to, usually want to feel moments with a lot of words and with a lot of things, but silence helps you reflect and really connect with what's going on with you. We live in a world that constantly drowns out silence. I'm pretty sure we've looked at our phones, notifications, so many times today. And there's a lot of things that are probably going on in our minds. We have endless to-do lists, traffic, thinking about how will I get home today, at what time, what do I need to do in the next moment. And digital noise bombard us left, right, and center. We are constantly living in tomorrow, the next minute, hour, day, month, year, and rarely exists in the here and now. Are you with me? Here and now. We are simply not wired to be present because of the way the world is set up. But within those quiet spaces, I have found an authentic connection with myself and deep reflection that births another level of self-awareness and a better understanding of others. Silence has taught me to see what often goes unseen, to listen deeply and to find meaning in words left unspoken. It's usually said that what is really going on with someone, you'll get to know more from what is unsaid than what they're saying. So really listening in. So I hope this book inspires you, dear reader, to embrace silence and invite those moments of stillness into your life. Another question my piece asks is, what is your why? The journey towards fulfilling your why, your true purpose, is one of the most incredible adventures one can embark on. I wear many hats as a psychologist, HR, and executive coach. But at the heart of all I do is my deep desire to help people be the best version of themselves. So I count myself lucky that I get to do what I really love as a profession, as my 8 to 5. So for me, it started in high school, sparked by an innate desire to understand and connect with people, which led me down to a path of psychology and ultimately into a role focused on talent development and coaching. My family, some of them are in the room, they've profoundly shaped this journey. From my mother, I learned about faith, resilience, and the importance of turning to prayer in any moment, a lesson I cherish every day. From my father, I learned the strength of analytical thinking. My brother and sister can attest, they're in the room. So you couldn't just come up with a request without thinking through from beginning to the end. So he never let you settle on a decision until you thought things through. And he taught me to pause, think about different perspectives and scenarios and tangible outcomes. And my precious daughter, Zara. Are you there? Oh. She profoundly transformed my perspective since birth. A titan awakened within me, driven by an unwavering desire to move mountains for her well-being and happiness. Zara inspires me to strive to be the best version of myself daily. Her name, which means bright dawn, truly captures her spirit as she illuminates my life with joy and curiosity. So as I witness her growth, she teaches me the importance of just savoring every moment and finding delight in the little things. Motherhood has enriched my coaching philosophy, deepening my empathy. So I coach as an empath, and I used to think empathy is not a good thing, Because in the world of work, there's a way you're meant to present yourself. But then I learned to connect with who I really am and be resourceful rather than trying to rescue people out of the situation. And reinforcing my belief in the boundless potential within each individual. So she reminds me that every small step counts. And through her, I've come to appreciate the beauty of nurturing dreams and aspirations, both in myself and in those I coach. So finding your why. Have you found your why? If you can help me ask your neighbor that. Have you found your why? Think about it. It's like discovering your personal North Star. So it guides you, fuels you, and gives you meaning, even in the most challenging of days. And as you'll see throughout these pages of the book that you're holding, connecting with your purpose is a flame that grows steadily, with or without external recognition, whether or not someone is watching. So this book is my invitation to you to find that flame within yourself, to tend it and to let it grow. I've also learned that life's journey is never a solo endeavor, which is, we all have very many people in the room, our friends, our colleagues, our family. So just as no battle is won or has ever been won alone, our achievements are reflections of those who support, guide, and stand beside us. As I wrote in my piece, you're only as strong as your network and support system. I'm immensely grateful to the people who have helped shape my path, some my mentors, my colleagues, family, and friends. And before I mention a few, I'd just like you to turn to your neighbor again and just ask them, who are you grateful for? Just one person. Thank you, Zara. My sister tells me Zara has said she's grateful for me. So to my mentors, Jerry, she's not here today. She's my former boss and turned into one of the closest and dearest friends. She recognized my potential early on and said yes to me, and has always been very intentional about growth since day one. She's been a pillar of unwavering support. She called out the leader in me and nurtured me with wisdom that has been both humbling and empowering, a consistent multiplier throughout the years. If there is one person I'm sure would be here shouting from, you would just know if she's in the room, it would be her celebrating. Alex Othiambo, who's my brother in love and a seasoned leader in the fintech industry. His perspective on life continues to amaze me. In my most challenging season, I've called on you each time. Your grounded approach and visionary outlook have guided me. You're a leader by example, showing me how to navigate with grace, courage, and authenticity. And to my siblings, they're somewhere there so that you can know the name and the face. Nyambura Othiambo and Paul Karuga, you're my aromats. you are the spice of my life. To my brother, thank you for the moments we wrestled when we were younger, stealing freshly chewed gum. When it still had the sweetness, used to like doing that so that it can annoy me. And then would get disciplined by my mother for it. You taught me nothing good comes easy, and you must work your way to get it and keep it. You also add a lot of richness to my life. And to my sister for always getting me to school on time. I've never been a morning person, so I always used to get her late because upper primary and lower primary, pre-primary school had different reporting lines. So your genuine love and care, never leaving me behind, taught me commitment and earned me the role of a school timekeeper later on in high school. You've been an anchor throughout my life. To my high school and campus friends, thank you for being by my side through every season, from dreaming about what life would be like after high school and campus to the rewarding journey of turning those dreams into reality. Together, we've shared the joy of accomplishments, wisdom of setbacks, and the satisfaction of passing our learnings to younger generation. You're a constant reminder of our roots and the strength they give us, always bringing perspective and celebrating sunny days while dancing with me through the storm. And lastly, to my life partner, my dear Rambanya, Anelo Chilo, you're my rock. I always knew peace of mind was essential in life, but I never realized how vital laughter could be. With your endless humor, you've brought joy, calmness, perspective into my life. Celebrate victories loudly, listen deeply, challenge me with kindness, and support me wholeheartedly. So may we continue on this journey together, being each other's loudest cheerleaders. So, with that said, I'd invite you all to find Titans. And I also have colleagues in the house who've journeyed with me through the thick and thin. Find Titans, find giants whose shoulders you can stand upon to see further. I invite you all to find mirrors in your life, people who help you see who you really are and challenge you to improve until you like what you see. I believe in embracing the fullness of life through possibilities. Life is not a journey with rigid boundaries, but an intricate dance of discovery, exploration with the people that you journey with. So I invite every one of you that is here today to remember that you can be this and that. Explore what lights you up, try it all. Let this book serve as both a reminder and an encouragement to those of you who, like me, are eager to live life fully and grow expansively. In closing, as we look to the journey ahead, I hope each of you walks away feeling inspired, introspective, and more connected to the questions that matter. May this book be your companion in your journey of self-discovery, purpose, and may it inspire you to find courage to chase what sets your heart on fire. Thank you all for being here.
Let us put it together for Mercy. What is your why? That is the question we are left to answer. What is your why? Thank you, Mercy, for that speech. We appreciate you. We quickly move to our next speaker of the day. And this is none other than Linda Moria. She has written the chapter, Creating Impact Through Gradual Change. As we celebrate the launch of this inspiring book today, we are highlighting voices that show the power of collaboration and diverse perspectives. Among these remarkable voices is Linda Moria, a woman committed to strengthening democracy through election management and empowering the next generation. Her expertise in corporate communication, PR, brand management, and customer experience management helped develop impactful strategies that boost brand visibility, strengthen stakeholder relationships, and enhance voter participation and confidence. At the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, she is dedicated to advancing voter engagement, education, and trust. In addition, she is also an etiquette coach and the founder of the Arete, I hope I pronounce it well, School of Etiquette, where she prepares young professionals for success in the competitive corporate landscape. Through the Campus to Corporate program, she equips them with essential soft skills, helping them make lasting impressions and navigate their careers with confidence. In her chapter, Creating Impact Through Gradual Change, she shares her insights of the power of small, intentional actions. Her stories and lessons remind us that true greatness is found in the most unexpected places. Let us put it together as we bring Linda Moria to the platform. Let's keep clapping until she gets here. It's a long walk, by the way. It's really a long walk. You're welcome.
Wow. That's a bit intimidating. But I'm grateful to see all of you here, especially the beautiful 12 co-authors. You're so amazing. And all of you have come here, Karibuni Sana and Asante us today. So our chief guests, Eva Moraya and Dorcas Odumbe, Mr. Doso, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning of this year, I prayed a simple yet powerful prayer, inspired church's theme for the year, Taking New Territories, drawn from Romans 15:20. And I asked God to help me venture into new territories and expand my networks and create opportunities to give back to others. Standing here today, I'm humbled and amazed at how that unfolded. So many people have made this prayer come true, and most of them are strangers. And one of that stranger is Mr. Doso, who contacted me through LinkedIn. So like Dottie introduced him saying that he's West African. So I was wondering, who is this West African on my DM? So then I decided to engage him. And he's the very reason I'm standing here as a co-author of The Way She Leads. So when he engaged me about being part of this project, I thought, why me? So the imposter syndrome checked in. But I said yes. So writing a book is truly a new territory for me. But have I thought about it before? Yes. But not this soon and not an anthology. So taking part in writing this book is my springboard to a new chapter in my life. And Mr. Doso and every other co-author and every other person I've met this year, including the 12 amazing co-authors, were used by God to get me to the next level. They have expanded my vision and empowered me to take up new challenges, showing me that every connection, however unexpected, can be a catalyst for growth. Through their shared wisdom, I've learned to see opportunities where I once saw limits, and I now feel more equipped to embrace the journey ahead with confidence and purpose. Reflecting on my journey, I titled my chapter, Creating Impact Through Gradual Change. And growth for me has always come through steady, intentional steps rather than giant leaps. In this chapter, I share stories that highlight how patience and persistence have shaped my journey, and I believe that gradual change is a lesson we can all relate to. It's the small choices we make every day that ultimately lead to lasting success. And as I stand here today with my co-authors, I feel privileged to be part of this collective that brings together diverse journeys that with one powerful message, that each path to resilience, leadership, and growth is unique, but together they can create a tapestry of wisdom that reminds us that there isn't a single path to success. Each of the 13 co-authors has contributed a story that resonates with various stages of leadership journeys, making this book relatable and inspiring for everyone from seasoned leaders to just beginners. Writing this book was a journey into the unknown for all of us. None of us had co-authored or authored a book before. The Way She Leads stands as a testament to what we can achieve when we step into uncharted waters with courage and trust in the process. We hope it encourages you and everybody who reads this book to push past comfort zones and try something new. I'm deeply honored to share this book with the 12 incredible women, each bringing a unique story of resilience, wisdom, and leadership. And through the She Leads project by Zion Pearl Publishers, it has given a platform to voices that might otherwise go unheard, like Mr. Dusso said earlier. This initiative doesn't just tell individual stories, it celebrates the strength, unity, and empowerment that come from shared experiences. In sharing these stories, I hope we honor the power of gradual change and remind us that growth indeed is something we can choose to embrace each day. So through this all, I've held a close personal mantra: grow or blossom where you are planted. It's a simple reminder that every role, every season, every opportunity carries meaning if we are willing to embrace it. This mindset has given me resilience and purpose, allowing me to see the significance of every step of the journey. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Zion Pearl Publishers and especially Mr. Dosso, the founder and director, for pioneering this project. This initiative champions women leadership journeys, amplifying their voices that might otherwise go unheard. The Way She Leads is the 5th volume with a sixth one on the way. And it is a remarkable testament to the strength and uniqueness of women leaders. I hope that this series will continue to inspire and empower more women and men as we all celebrate and support the stories that uplift and transform. So I'm thrilled to share The Way She Leads with all of you. May it serve as a powerful testament to the impact of gradual change and encourage each of you to venture beyond your comfort zones, grow, and leave a meaningful impact in the world or on the world around us. And finally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my family and friends who have joined me today. And a special mention goes to my husband, whose unwavering support and encouragement has been my foundation, my constant and biggest cheerleader. He's somewhere at the back. Your support means the world to me, and I'm deeply grateful to each and every one of you for taking your time to celebrate this moment with me and my other co-authors. Thank you for standing by me and sharing this moment. So I thank all of you, and here is to new territories, new opportunities, and The Way She Leads. Thank you.
Let us put this together for Linda Moria. Thank you. Creating impact by gradual change. She says it is the small steps that we take every day that results in a lasting success. It is the small steps we take every day that results in a lasting success. Thank you for that speech. We are moving fast to the next person. The book we are launching today is The Way She Leads. This is a collection of stories, insights, lessons from the women who lead. They are sharing their lives' experiences on matters leadership and career. It is a book you want to have in your selection of the books you read. So we move to our next speaker of the day. And this is none other than Wangari Janet Kariuki. Janet Wangari is an ICF accredited career executive and leadership coach. She is a learning and leadership development practitioner with almost a decade of experience in delivering highly impactful leadership and learning development programs. She currently serves as a global leadership and learning specialist, where she oversees leadership and learning development programs across 12 countries, Asia, Latin America, Middle East, and Africa. Janet's expertise spans from talent development, career coaching, succession planning, and organizational development, providing organizations with a culture of continuous leadership growth. She has successfully developed leadership programs globally, ensuring leaders acquire the skills, competencies, and aptitudes necessary for a rapidly evolving workplace. As an executive coach, Janet has served as a panel coach for leadership development programs, developing impactful leaders across Africa. Janet is passionate about empowering leaders and driving positive organizational change through innovative coaching and development strategies. Janet believes that all professionals should have an opportunity to meaningful and fulfilling work. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the platform Janet Wangari Kariuki. Keep clapping. It's a long way. It's a long way to reach here. Keep her motivated. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dottie. I felt like I should have walked slower, just seize the moment and feel good about it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'm turning older, and the more I turn older, I realize how precious time is. And you've chosen these hours of your life to share it with us. There is the greatest honor that nothing can buy. So we are very privileged to have you with us today. So thank you, and let's enjoy the conversation. So I want to talk a bit about my journey. And in terms of what I've thought, I thought about what do I write. And I was compelled to write about how I came to be here today. What tools, what has brought me here? And I thought about our careers. And I think about careers every single day. And every single day I think about how it's no longer a ladder, how it's more like a maze, in and out, the bamboo forest, that kind of a maze, that dots make more sense when you look backwards. And in our career journey, we are able to have conversations, have to increase. And you see, when I got approached to be part of this project, I didn't think I always knew I had a story somehow deep within me, but I didn't know if it was time to share it. At first, I thought of sharing it. Let me share it when I'm done with my master's. I started my career far, and I thought, let me share it when I've acquired this title. Let me share it when I've done this. I kept on moving the goalpost. And maybe the question I ask you, what do you want to share, and what goalpost are you moving so that you don't share? So the best thing is to share afraid and keep sharing. So I want to talk about how you see yourself differently in every phase of your life. How do you reflect upon how you've come this far? And one desire that I had, and I shared with one of my mentors, was I wanted time, money, freedom. Time, money, freedom. I no longer wanted to ride and get stuck in traffic. And I was in that, but I wanted to change. And if you look at my chapter on page 82, Yes, when you look at page 166, you see that I had a vision, and it was very vivid, but it was unanchored to my current circumstances. My dream was so clear, but it was not reflective of where I was at that time. Because what manifestation and dreaming comes to is having a dream so big, so great, and sometimes not anchored in our reality. And those are the dreams you do not even have the energy to share, because you wonder, they are scaring me. How dare I tell people who know my reality now? And they can't see what I see. They can't see where I want to go. So those are, as I grew through my career journey, those are the things I gathered in terms of, I can see so great, but it does not even look like so if you look at me now. And it's true even now. I have dreams so great, and you can't even know because they don't look the way I look now. And as I came, I was once a high school teacher. And I taught for 6, 7, 8 years. I felt in a concrete box. And everybody tells you, oh, do you know teachers? Teachers. You know teachers, eh? You know teachers, right? Do you know teachers? Yes. And so nobody sees you beyond that box. Nobody sees beyond who they can see today. And I thought, anyway, education, they're great educators and they're fueled by it, but I wasn't. Every person I met, stranger or not, told me, you have greater potential. I can see you can go very far. And that word haunted me every day. I wondered, what is this far they're talking about? Even my high school desk mate told me that. And the fear, the worry is to go to the grave with that potential that everybody saw. So I keep asking, and maybe my invite as I talk about my article is this. Ask, what is that everyone is seeing? Please don't go with it. Leave it here. Let everybody experience it. And as I moved from my career journey and was looking into how do I change my career? How do I work in a job that I enjoy doing? And I have time, money, freedom. Time, money, freedom. I looked at my 6, 7 years experience. I learned how to write CVs. Every CV I wrote got me an interview. Every CV I wrote, I mastered it. But when I got to the interview room, I was told, they all saw what? They saw what? A teacher. They didn't see the potential. They didn't see what I could become. They didn't see what I was seeing in myself. So then I went back. And after so many experiences, interviews, I started to look internally. And I started seeing specks of gold, just tiny dust. You know, the Elijah story, the story of when he lifted his hands, I hope I'm saying Elijah's the light one. So when he was seeing his hands and praying, and he saw a speck of cloud. Was that the right prophet? Yes. So he saw a speck of cloud gathering from very far. But then, soon it became to be bigger. So I started to realize, what is this? And maybe my invite to you. You may be having, in my career coaching journey, I've met professionals. I've met senior bankers who want to be psychologists. I've met pilots who want to go rear chicken or something, There's that fire. There's those. And sometimes when you say that, I want to be a leader, I want to develop leaders. And they ask you, what experience do you have? I lead in my choir, Or I'm the woman's guild chair. They can't see that. But those are the specs you keep collecting. So then I wondered, what is it that makes me feel alive? And when I thought about that, I love talking to learners. I love talking to the youth about telling them about their potential. When I look into those gold dust, I could see a big gold. When I look into the specs, I could see a full picture, and I realized that's it, you know. And so I kept looking, and I realized I'm very good, because I really didn't like preparing notes and explaining concepts in biology. I didn't like that. But I really enjoyed when I showed videos. I went online, I found interesting things. And over time, our principal realized she's very good in ICT. So what happened? I got a scholarship to South Korea to go learn ICT. And that led me to the next job. Imagine, out of the whole 8 years of experience, what took you to the next level? And when I got to the next level, I looked around for the specks of gold. Then I had started to tune my eye to how to see specks. And then I went on my journey. And 5 years later, or 6, 7 years later, here I am. And what I work with professional and executive is to see specs, bring them together, be able to now sit back. The journey where Dosso found me is where I was sitting back, trying to look at the journey and try to polish it. Try to look at it in a polished way that I can curate for any professional and tell them, this is the journey you can go. And that is how I ended up as a coach. I remember I'll give you just one story, and I hope you keep me on time. I met one of the clients I was working with, and she had an MBA, she had a BCom, she was a CPA, but she was managing a garage, like where gari zinatengenezewa garage, yeah? When I talked to her, she couldn't even raise, so she was the accountant stroke, the financier, and making sure everybody else is paid and herself is paid, which was not very successful often. And she gave me permission to share this. So when you talk to her, her goal was to be to the UN. But then she was so focused at it, at every work we did, all that we worked together. After 7 months, she got there. But at the 4th month, she called me, told me, are you sure? Are you sure this is where we are going? Are you sure we'll get there? All these regrets, are you sure? But then if you persist, when you take negativity or the negative feedback as feedback, not on you as a person, but on the product you're producing. And this takes me to one of the articles from Natalie on page 166, and it says, on page 80, sorry, I'm confusing the two. On page 82, it says, babies are not born walking or speaking. They learn through continuous failures, consistent practice. And below there it says, these days we seem to be more inclined to accept mistakes and failures to the point where we incorporate them, as we say, if you are going to fail fast, fail forward. We now acknowledge the value of mistakes and failures and the role in our evolution and growth. And as we write this book together and fix each other crowns and say, we keep failing, fail forward, it's not a reflection of who you are. It's a reflection of where you want, of the process and the lessons you need to learn. As I wind up, I'll say that what was the lesson in terms of the whole journey? The lesson is keep doing it, keep going, take feedback, go back, have very clear goal. Spend a lot of time reflecting. So when COVID came, we all went home. So when I went home, I got the opportunity to think. I realized I was in a so fast-paced environment. Now I had shifted careers a bit, right? So I was in a fast-paced environment, but I never stopped to think, and I never knew time to think was something. So COVID came, and we went home, and we got time to think. So in the time to think is when I reflected and found that the impact of where you're going, the clarity of your goal, And let me tell you, it doesn't have to be anchored to your reality today. It just have to be the burning desire. So over my journey, I've created, how do we go about it? And I work every day with professionals, with managers, to try and bring them. You know, there's something I kept on saying, you're a business of one. Do you see yourself as an enterprise? If you are an employee, do you see yourself as an enterprise? Do you see the value you bring in? Do you iterate? There's this book I told somebody about me thinking of myself as a business of one, and they talked to me about a book by the the founder of LinkedIn. They call it The Business of You. Is it The Business of You? Yes. Yes, How to See Yourself as a Business of You. It's by the CEO, two co-authors, one of them the CEO of LinkedIn. And it is to shift your focus as a professional, as a leader. As you manage leaders, shift how you see them. Because then they're in your workplaces for shorter periods of time now. You need to think about that in that direction. And so when you read this book and these articles, you get to hear a bit more of this. And hear a bit of what we've thought about, what these amazing ladies have thought about, and the journeys they've taken to get them to here. And when you see them, know their dreams are bigger than you can even see and look at them. Thank you so much and have a great time.
A round of applause for Janet. That was Janet Kariuki. Thank you for that thought-provoking speech. We appreciate you. Janet says, keep moving. What is it you have been wanting to share? But you keep moving the goalpost. You better stop. Do it afraid. Even if you're afraid, do it anyway. Thank you, Janet, for that. Into our next speaker of the day. This is our number 6. And this is none other than Natalie Madenge. Natalie is a management consultant with over 20 years of HR professional experience and skill in and across a broad spectrum of human resource practice areas. She has worked in consulting and HR practice across a variety areas within the HR practice, including in transformation, strategy, and operations improvement for clients in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, South Africa, amongst others. She believes that representation, the right kind of representation in leadership matters so that the right type of leadership is given the space to exist and thrive. Personal discipline, willingness to learn and and being open to learn and unlearn and being open to lifting others and making space for them is critical to driving our society and particularly our workspaces forward. We are all leaders, leaders of self or leaders of others. So we have to continuously role model what serves our communities best in the short to medium term for a collective success and sustainability. You have an impact no matter how small you think or actually are, and no matter your level of contribution, small or large. I believe that who we are is never far from how we lead. We must know ourselves and embrace the good and the bad. Help me bring to the platform Natalie Madenge with a round of applause as she comes. And we keep clapping until she gets here. It's a long way to the podium. Thank you, Natalie, and karibu sana.
Thank you, Dottie. Don't you love her energy? She's amazing, right? Yeah, it's very difficult to come up here and not have the same level of energy. Good afternoon. And how are you all? You're good? You sure? Thank you all for joining us on this surprise public holiday. Surprise! So as you heard, my name is Natalie Madenge, and I wrote the chapter, Standing in My Light. That's from, I think, page 71 to, I think, page 74. I'm a management consultant with an HR background and 20 years of experience in global consulting. I've had the opportunity and the honor to work with the most amazing teams of women and men, some of whom are actually in this room. In working as a part of and a leader of these consulting teams, I am proud to say, and I acknowledge, that I have created impact through the outcomes of the critical projects undertaken in various countries in the region. We must acknowledge ourselves, right? Thank you. And in acknowledging ourselves, it means we have to know ourselves. And I believe in the power of knowing yourself and coming as you are. Simnaona, I came as I am, right? Yeah. In my chapter, I tackle how knowing and accepting yourself has made me be a better leader. How I have defined success for myself so that I take responsibility and accountability for who I am, how I lead, and what I achieve. So allow me to read a few excerpts for you. I won't tell you where, but it's somewhere in between there. I want you to buy the book, so I'm not going to give you leakage. The intersection between our views of leadership, success, and our values cannot be underscored. Who I choose to be, what I choose to live by, will show up in my leadership, in my work, in who I am, and what I value, i.e., success. Do you believe in that? Yeah? How we lead is never far from who we are. Values serve as my foundation. It is said that a mother's primary role in the early years of a child's life is to instill values. My values are rooted in my Christianity and my family principles. My faith was passed down to me by my shosho. She taught me the values that I hold dear, emphasizing the importance of directing my efforts towards what is right and giving me a hidden strength of spirit. My mother showed me how to live out these values. She taught me the power of intellectual growth, and through reading and the importance of unwavering focus on self-improvement. Unwavering focus on self-improvement. What got me here is not going to get me there. From my grandfather, I learned the value of silence and reflection, the importance of listening, and the art of being considerate without diminishing others. My uncles taught me about balance and introduced me to different facets of life that bring color. We can't have black and white lives, can we really? No. How many of you guys want a monochrome life? I like a lot of color, like the color in this room. So from them, I learned things such as music, love, art and dance, food, humor, and movies. Values are crucial, and they will face tests in various ways, sometimes through events, and sometimes through individuals. But it is possible to always hold on to our values and to reclaim them when necessary. But of essence is that we but in essence, we must have had values in the first place. If we intend to run a marathon and not a sprint, you must have values. I have come to believe that when you authentically show up, you thrive and you do succeed. This is self-awareness. Understand your strengths and your flaws. By knowing yourself better, you can uncover hidden aspects of your identity. You determine the pace and the expectations of your career and life. Remember, I started by saying personal accountability. So determine the pace and the expectations for your career and your life. Take responsibility for who you are and how you act. I strongly, really believe in personal responsibility and accountability. And some of my colleagues that I've had the chance to supervise and are in this room will tell you, it is a big conversation for me. Responsibility and accountability, and I model that. Whether or not there are external factors at play. Yeah? So that I'm not pointing fingers at others. Huh? Understand your natural state. What motivates you? What excites you? And what drains you? It's crucial to know this to be a good leader and to be successful. Knowing what brings out the best version of yourself is what I strive for. I want to be the best version of myself so that I can apply my skills to the highest standards and produce the best outcomes. But in that, I must allow others their space and their agency. Is that not the case? Is that not why we are asking to be involved when decisions are made in this country? Allow others the space and agency to be who they are. Leadership, in fact, is not about cloning ourselves. We cannot all be the same. It is about embracing our uniqueness as individuals and harnessing it to enable you and your teams to thrive. So let me tell you an interesting story. How many of you in this room know the late, great Professor Wangari Maathai? I'm seeing a few hands. Yeah, you all know her. Karura Forest, Uhuru Park, Moi, all of that stuff. I'm a great admirer of Professor Wangari. And she often told the story of the hummingbird. And the ladies know I talk about this a lot. The hummingbird is very small. I may not be very big either, but I know I stand on the shoulders of giants. So that's why I like the story of the hummingbird. It's a very, very small bird, almost the size of my palm, very tiny. But its impact on us as humans is amazing. We are the apex of all human life. Yet that little bird, just like the bee, really affect our lives. They are great pollinators. Our plants need pollination. The hummingbird and the bee are great pollinators. Small creatures, huh? So there's nothing wrong with being small. My relatives out there, munajijua, you're my size. But Professor Maathai and the story of the hummingbird. So she says there was a great fire in the forest. And it was really raging, uncontrollable. And all the animals were afraid. And they all ran out of the forest, stood on the sidelines, asking themselves, hey, Jameni, what are we going to do? Things are so bad. Things are thick, like our homes, our lives, everything is gone. They all stood by, horrified. All of them were standing there, except the hummingbird. There was a stream nearby, and she would fly to the stream and fly back, carrying water in her beak and pouring it on the fire. A hummingbird has a very thin beak. And it's a very weird beak. It's very long. So she can't carry that much water. But she was trying. And she was doing it back and forth. The elephants with their strong bulky bodies and big trunks, the monkeys with their near-human postures and intelligence, birds of all shapes and sizes with their beautiful wings and beaks, all of them, they just stood by watching. And as if that was not enough, they criticized her. And they reminded her that she was not well equipped. She was too small. She was not enough. And the problem was too great and complex for her. But she was not dissuaded. She kept flying back and forth with water in her beak. After some time, breathless, tired, but still going strong, she said to the other animals, at least I'm doing the best that I can. I would rather try and do something than just stand around. Professor Maathai then ends the story by saying, you may be feeling insignificant, ill-equipped, or that you are not enough, but strive to be the best that you can. Whatever you do matters. Everybody in this room, whatever you do matters. You don't have to be standing on this stage or have your name in that book. Whatever you do matters. Leadership is truly and only about impact. When we think about impact in our minds, we imagine great and grandiose things, but we never see impact as a culmination of everyday actions by people who came as they were, who knew themselves, and did the best that they could. They did the best that they could. If you speak to each of the ladies who have authored this book, or anybody else in this room, and even the greats like Professor Madai, you will find that their stories of leadership and success began simply by knowing who they are. They knew themselves, what was important to them, and then they made everyday choices by taking small actions in the spaces that they are in that culminated to impact. As I finish, I urge and encourage you to buy the book. Words have power, and we want to empower you. It is said that when a word is sung, it moves the spirit. When it is spoken, it comes to life through our actions. But when it is written, it has the power to change communities. And I hope today you have seen and will see everyday people who do greatness and deliver impact. But that you will also see great people who do ordinary things and also drive impact. Thank you all for your presence and time.
Thank you, Natalie. That was Natalie Madde. Thank you for that captivating speech. We appreciate you. Define your own success. Define your own success. What you choose to become will eventually show up in your success. So define your own success. We are moving on well, and I hope someone is getting something they're taking home with them. We are going to have a Q&A session after the speech coming next. So if you have a question, please prepare it. We will give room for 3 questions only, but we will allow you to at least ask a question. So after the speech that is coming up, you'll get an opportunity to ask a question. The book being launched today is The Way She Leads: Insights and Lessons from the Lives and Experiences of Women Leaders. We are excited to be here, and we continue to celebrate the 13 co-authors of the book. Make sure you get a copy. Turn to your neighbor and find out, do you have a copy of this book, by the way? Let them know there are some copies available for them for purchase outside there, or if we run out, they can still make an order and get a copy delivered to them. So we want to bring our next speaker of the day. We are still live on YouTube, and this event is posted on our social media platforms. Our hashtags, The Way She Leads, The Way She Leads book launch. You may want to share with someone who these speeches is going to impact their lives. So I want to bring to us our next speaker. This is none other than Terry Shiundu. Terry Shiundu is a multifaceted leader, blending her role as a pastor, coach, and HR professional to inspire and empower individuals across various spheres of life. As the Senior Director of People and Culture at Village Enterprise, she brings over 15 years of experience in HR and administration to her work in various nonprofit organizations. Terry's passion for leadership development extends beyond the corporate world. She serves as a pastor and worship leader at Exploits Worship Center, and she is the founder of Lead Kids Kenya, an organization dedicated to equipping children with life-changing skills. A continuous learner, Terry is currently pursuing her PhD in organizational leadership. Her influence reaches global audience through her role as a founding member of the Hacking HR Experts Council, a global ambassador for Transform's Nairobi chapter, and a top leadership development coaching voice on LinkedIn with over 70,000 followers. She is also a member of the Kingdom Connect, a community of marketplace professionals, the Boardroom Africa, and a member of the Harvard Business Review Advisory Council, an opt-in search community of business professionals. Terry's commitment to nurturing leadership and fostering spiritual growth is evident in her diverse roles and her powerful online presence. As a co-author of The Way She Leads, she continues to share her insights and empower others to thrive in their personal and professional lives. In her free time, she loves to travel and spend time with her family, enjoys reading biographies, journaling, listening to podcasts, worship, and mentoring young people and emerging HR professionals. Terry is married to Reverend Chris Shiundu, and they are blessed with 3 children. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the platform Terry Shiundu. Let's keep clapping until she gets here. It's a long way to reach here. Let's keep clapping. You're welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. What a blessing and a privilege to be here today. And I give God all the glory. I want to thank God for Zion Pearl Publishers, Mr. Dosso, and your team for making this possible. Our keynote speaker and chief guests, we appreciate you, and everybody who is here. Just tell the person next to you, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, and I'm so honored to see. I'm here with my family is here. Church members are here. So blessed to have our pastor, Reverend Martha, here, and I cannot start my speech without acknowledging my pastor. Hallelujah. Okay, allow me to go to what I have, and I'm truly, truly blessed today because my speech wouldn't have really been meaningful for me if one person wasn't here in this room. And it is because of him that I stand here and I talk about my career and how far I have come. And that is none other than my mentor, Mr. Joshua Lang. I want to really, really thank God for you because that's where my career began. When I think about this book and when Mr. Dosso approached me to write, we had a lengthy discussion, about 1 hour, just discussing issues of women leadership. And when he asked me about writing, at that time I was deep in my PhD. I was deep in my PhD coursework. I was swamped. I was working from home, just sleeping barely 2 hours in 24 hours. And so when Mr. Dosso asked me about writing, I thought, well, in the midst of family and church and school, and I'm a full-time career woman, I don't know where writing will come in between there. And so it took me about a year, actually, just thinking about that. And I would see they launched the first one, the second one, the third one, and they kept going. And I was thinking, okay, when do I do this? And finally, some months ago, when they reached out, I said, okay, yes, maybe I have something to write about now. But in the chapter that I write, which is about thriving, empowered to thrive in the workplace, I speak about an area that I personally struggled with, and that is imposter syndrome. And the fact that imposter syndrome is not really how other people are seeing you, but it's really what you're seeing yourself, how you see yourself. And one thing I keep telling myself, and I would like to give you this, if you can write it down, write it down. Let the voice inside of you be louder than every other voice around you. Because that's the voice that controls who you are, what you do, where you go, and how far you will go. It is that voice inside of you. And so I realized that in my struggle with imposter syndrome, I always felt that I didn't deserve to be in the room. I wasn't qualified to be in the room. Sometimes when I look at my title, senior director, I think to myself, are you sure? You know, because there's still that voice that keeps coming, that you are not supposed to be here. You don't deserve to be here. And so I'm grateful to God that I found a place through the way she leads to talk about this, and that somebody else will get the help that they need. And as I always say, you don't have to learn through experience. As they say, experience is the best teacher, but it's not always the best teacher. So you don't have to learn through the experience as yourself. You can learn from the experiences of others. And then my next point is that today, as we celebrate the launch of this book, I think about a word that was given to me over 20 years ago, that I would be a book author. And over the years, I kept thinking about this word, that I would be an author. And I kept wondering, what would I really write about? And it is the life experiences that we go through, that every day, no one can live the experience for you. You experienced it. And therefore, because you have experienced it, then you're able to talk about it. And today, over 20 years later, as I stand here as a published author, thanks to Zion Pearl, it is a dream fulfillment. It is a dream that has been fulfilled. And therefore, that I want to say that nothing is impossible. You can achieve your dream. I remember at the beginning of this year, I put it on my vision board. I started doing a vision board 2 years ago. So at the beginning of 2024, I put it on my vision board that I would publish a book this year. I didn't know how. But a few months later, when Zion Pearl reached out to be part of this book. And so we can all accomplish what is inside of us. So there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Probably if I was doing it alone, I would have taken years. And yes, there's a book I started writing a few years ago, and I am still writing. I'm probably still in chapter 1. But the fact that we came together as 30 women, it didn't take us, I don't think it took us 2 months to put this together, because everyone was at a place in their life that this was just the right thing. And so, as we think about our own lives and how we are walking our journey, when we think about legacy, what do you want people to read about you? You know, they say we only live once. But I add there, live in such a way that your life grows others along that way. Such that it's not just your life or you that you live for, but you have lived for others. And others can learn from your story. They don't have to make the same mistakes. They don't have to go through the same parts. They don't have to go through the same struggle. But because you let your life be a letter to be read, others can learn from it and grow from it. I'm so honored this afternoon that I have my daughters with me here. And I was hoping and desiring that they would be here so that they can learn that leadership, it's not just, you know, you don't have to be far. You can start at where you are. Even Zara, Mercy's daughter, is an honor that she's here, that she's hearing the lessons of leadership right here. And so bring them while they are young so that our journeys can begin to impact our children as they go along. And so there is a word here that I would like to share. Ecclesiastes 9:10. It says, whatever you do, do well. For when you go to the grave, there will be no work or planning or knowledge or wisdom. So whatever you do, whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's in your career, whether you're a CEO, you're running your own company, you're employed, whatever you do, do well. Those little opportunities or big opportunities that God gives us to impact somebody else's life, do it with all your heart. Do it well, because when we go to the grave, it is all over. There's no other chance, there's no opportunity to correct it or redo it. And so my challenge this afternoon as we launch this book is get a copy of the book. In it you will gain actionable insights and access diverse perspectives. It is a book that you want to read while you're writing notes, because you will pick nuggets that will help you from your own life. And as I come to a conclusion, I want to read here a passage from my chapter, just the last passage, that pursue your purpose. Take that step forward. Apply for that role that you thought was too big for you. Seek that promotion, that opportunity, and volunteer to lead that project. Speak up. Your voice, your skills, and your leadership are needed at whatever sphere or level that you're in. The world is waiting for you to shine. The world is waiting for you to shine. And because God has given you a purpose and has given you life, you cannot afford to live life just dim and going without color and not bringing shine to the world. Let the world know that you existed, that you lived, and that you made an impact. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for spending your afternoon with us. I honor my husband. Thank you for being here and for spending your time with us. God bless you so much.
Let us put this together for Terry. Thank you, Terry, for that powerful speech. We appreciate you. You're telling us we should live our lives in such a way that others can grow along the way. Don't just live. Make sure you are impacting a life. And I like what you have said. Let the voice inside of you be louder than any other voice. It is a determinant of where you're moving to next. Thank you for that. I made a promise, and so we are entering into that promise. At this particular time, feel free to take a biological break if you want to, a minute or two. You can stand up, reach out to that person you saw coming in and you never said hi to them. So just be standing. Do not sit. Just make sure you're standing. Stand, stretch a little bit, lift your hand, Pick that book on their laps and just read the synopsis. You're yet to get your copy, but she or he has a copy. Take the book and have a look at it. Admire it. That will ignite you to want to get a copy for yourself. Yeah, so we are moving on well. We are about to enter into our second set of speeches. But at this point, I'm going to allow us to have a different session, kidogo. There are people who are not talking to anyone. See somebody who is very quiet and reach out to them and tell them something about the book. Tell them something that you've learned today. Tell them something that you have picked today. Just make sure you're speaking to someone. Make someone feel warm. Make someone feel welcome. This is a celebration. We are celebrating a milestone, the way she leads, insights and lessons from lives and experiences of women who lead. Today we celebrate these 13 remarkable, stout leaders. We call them thought leaders. They are people we can learn to, authentically sharing their leadership experiences, allowing us into the inside of their lives just to pick a nugget or two to help us in our walk of career or leadership. It's a beautiful evening. It's an exciting time. Learning great lessons here. I hope you are too. It's been a pleasure getting to meet these 13 authors of the book, The Way She Leads. I am not the same with the person I was before I read the book. Things have shifted. My mindset has changed. In fact, I have undergone a paradigm shift. Just reading these authentic stories, learning from their mistakes, their endeavors, their struggles, seeing the things they have had to overcome to become the people they are today. This is a good book. You want to have it in your bookstore. You want to have it in your library. So I think that is enough. I will request us to get back. I would invite us back to our seats. Let us get back to our seats. Let us kindly get back to our seats. You're not going back. You can come, we moderate together. So we can come back to our seats. We move to the next session. As we enjoy that music in the background, we can get back to our seats. Kindly let us resume our seats. Asanteni sana. Thank you. If you're already in the hall, please take your seat. Let us all be seated. Let us kindly be seated. Let us be seated. We shall have a photo session. Please let us not be taking photos for now. Let us get back to our seats to allow us to move to the next session, please. You will make me afraid of giving us another break. I will fear giving us another break. If this is what we are going to do, then it may not be possible to get another break. Okay. Sarah, bring it down. If you can listen to my voice, kindly, I request you to just take your seat. If you can listen to my voice, please let us take our seats. If you can hear me speak, please take your seat. Let us take our seats. Tafadhali. We need to move to the next session because time is moving and we still have a block of speeches to listen to. And we want to give the same attention we have given to the first set of speech. Thank you. Thank you for taking your seats. Thank you. Thank you for calming down. Thank you for getting back. Okay. So, we agreed that we are going to have a Q&A question. And at this point, I want to open the floor. And we are only going to take 3 questions from the audience to allow us to move quickly to the next set of speeches. So you are there, you have a question, you need answers, you can just show, by a show of hand, you can raise your hand up so we can give you the microphone and allow you to ask the question. My beautiful sisters at the back there, we request your silence, please. My wonderful people by the entrance on my left, we request that you be seated, please. My wonderful sister on the aisle on my left, may we kindly take our seats? Thank you. Thank you so much. We are back to order. And that way we can now move to the next session. So are we having any questions? Anyone having a question or a comment? You have something you want to say from what has already been presented? Or just a general question on the book, The Way She Leads? We are giving you an opportunity to participate. We are giving you an opportunity to ask a question. The floor is open. I will allow 2-3 minutes. If no question comes up, then we proceed to the next program or to the next item. Okay. There is a question. So you will just let us know who you are, and then you can proceed and ask the question. You're welcome.
Yes. My name is Esther Kahangi, and I'm going to add my terminology before I say I'm Professor Esther Kahangi, so that everybody can know I'm a teacher.
Okay.
Because the question I'm going to ask is to Janet. Janet, I liked your presentation very much, so I'm not bringing it down. But there is something she said that needs to be corrected about teachers. It is not true that when you go for teaching, you are looking for the next job. I think, Janet, you are talking about yourself. She was referring, for the young people here who aspire to be teachers, it's a beautiful profession. It's a beautiful career. Actually, it is the only job you walk down the street and you hear somebody call you Mwalim. You go everywhere, you are respected because you taught. So I would like the young people to know it's a good profession, but people have got their own preferences. You may find yourself in teaching, but that was not your calling. And so you are looking for something different. When we were children, I was remembering with Mheshimiwa Murugi, when we were children, we met with the teachers, you ran to the bush. We respected them that much, and we feared them that much. We are products of teachers. Even Janet herself, she's a product of a teacher. And so let us not look down on it. It's a beautiful profession. Let those who aspire to be teachers, and those who want to be something different, take a different course. That is the only observation I made. And I also want to say I'm very, very proud of you ladies who have authored this book, The Way She Leads. You have brilliant minds. And because when I look through you, you are my daughters. Some could be even my grandchildren among you. I want to tell you to keep it up. It's wonderful to think the way you think. You have started on a good course of being thinkers. Keep it up. And write more and more books in the future. And I wish you the very best in your careers.
Thank you, Mama. So that was Esther. She says she's a mother to some of us, could be a grandmother to some of us. Thank you for that contribution. We appreciate. Any other question from the audience? So that was a comment. Who is going to help me with that microphone? So you just let us know who you are, and then you can go ahead and ask your question. We have agreed I'm taking 3. So that is the second one, and the last one is from the gentleman at the back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Florence Randari. Hi, Eva.
Okay, so that's a question to all of you, right? Yes, so who wants to go first? Because it needs to be answered. So I will let whoever is ready to just rise up and attend to the question. Other than the people that have held your hand, what are the factors? Yes, Olive has chosen to go first, so please go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Definitely, the environment makes a difference. But remember, the environment is supported by we, the people. Even currently, in the age we find ourselves under sustainability, we are telling each of us that how we organize and how we treat the environment is how it will treat us back. And so the individuals within the environment are the ones who will, at the end of the day, define who you are. Of course, we've gone through different experiences, different journeys. Some of us grew in a rural setting. That is that environment. It shaped you in one way or another. It taught you to be resilient in one way or another. Or you grew within the urban setting, that environment also. We have the macroeconomic conditions, of course. It has a way it defines who we are. Through tough times, through difficulties economically, probably socially. But at the end of the day, the people who surround you and how you bring yourself out of it actually make the biggest difference from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Olive. Anyone else wanting to react? Yes, Natalie?
Thank you, Olive. To the young lady, that's a lovely question. If you recall, as I said, one of the things that we must do as leaders, that I must do as a leader, is for heaven's sake, I must allow others the agency to be who. The environment in which we thrive is the people around us. There are things we can't help, but as a leader, I am responsible and accountable for giving you agency, space, growing you, developing you, and once in a while, of your way. So I'll get out of your way and let somebody else respond.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that answer, Natalie. And I think with that, let's get the last question. The last question is from the gentleman at the back, and that is the last one for this session. Maybe if you get a chance, my sister, You could ask in the second session if there will be an opportunity. So our brother at the back, please, your name and your question, please.
Hello, how are you? My name is Nimrod Kimani, and I'm happy to be here. My question is, so as someone who is passionate about career growth and personal development, I'm thrilled, first of all, to be part of this. And one of the themes that I've noticed that is cutting across all the speakers that have spoken before is really about imposter syndrome. So for me, I just want to know, for the others who have spoken, how have you been able to manage that self-doubt? And what advice would you give to those who are still wrestling with imposter syndrome in their own lives? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nimrod. So there's a question there, and Terry wants to react to that. Please bring the microphone. The imposter syndrome. Here, this way. So Terry, please go ahead.
Thank you for that question. How have we overcome that imposter syndrome to be able to move forward? One is really the fact that you acknowledge that you have it. You're second-guessing yourself, and that you're your own enemy in terms of your career growth. Because you may find that you have a very supportive environment, you have people around you that support you, that push you, you know, your parents, your colleagues, your friends, but it is you who hinders yourself. So the moment you recognize it, begin to deal with it. And some of the ways I write in the book is really seeking mentorship. You can have somebody to mentor you, walk with you the journey, somebody who will push you, somebody who will ask you the hard questions. Secondly, which is really a part for you to play, is really the things that you think about yourself. Change that mindset. Begin to tell yourself that I can do this. I'm qualified for this. I can be successful in this. And the more you affirm yourself, the more you begin to believe it, and that voice is actually louder than the voice that is telling you that you cannot. So it's important to really say it, speak it, that you can do it, you can move it, you can accomplish anything that you put your hands into. And so that voice must be louder than all the negative voices. Walk, seek mentors, and be intentional. The fact that you want to grow, you are intentional about your career, focus on that and look at ways that you want to grow, have a clear plan, and pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else wanting to react? Yes, Kathy. Please pass on the microphone.
Yeah, good evening all. Good evening. So I just felt I should respond to that. I was once in a training and somebody told us, you see, imposter syndrome is with everybody, including the Obamas of this world. And what she was recommending is that when you start having that voice, that I can't do this, communicate with it as a human being. Tell it, okay, so you're back here again, you know. When it starts telling you you're incapable, you're not good enough, tell that voice, oh, so you're here again. Can you please have your seat and have your coffee? Let it off you completely. And another thing I would like to share, which I share with my children who are here, I'll introduce them later, is there's this song by Michael Jackson. Yeah? Look at the man in the mirror. Yeah? That man in the mirror, because it's that man in the mirror who determines who you are going to be. Yeah? The limit is with that man. So it's something we all struggle with. Even us, when you were called the first time and you are told you can write a book, the first thing you're like, you think I can write a book? But here we are. So speak with that voice and let the voice know that I'm capable and I can do it. Yeah? And it's up to you now to overcome that voice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Katherine, for that. I want to say a special thank you to the questions that have come up and even the comment that came up about teachers. Teaching is a good profession. We have different preferences, but teaching is also a good profession. With that, I thank you, authors, for answering those questions. Aren't we loving them? Aren't we loving them? Are we loving the authors? Can we give them a round of applause again? Yes, and with that, we get into our second set of speeches. With me is a lost and found earring. I know how many of my earrings I've lost, so I know the pain. I know the pain. So if you lost your earring, please, you can pass by that front desk there so that you can, please, there is an earring here. So we get into our second set of speeches. We will be having our very own Santo Kekayaya going next. Santo is a born-again Christian. She describes herself as loving, caring, beautiful inside out, and she has a heart for people. She has been made full with 3 children. Santo Kekayaya is a corporate sales trainer and coach with over 14 years of experience in business leadership and business development in financial institutions in East Africa. Santo has a wide experience in business development and in business leadership, having worked with Absa Bank, Standard Chartered Bank of Kenya, Sanlam Life Insurance in Uganda, and Public Speaking Uganda. As a trained sales and leadership expert, she helps organizations by transforming their sales teams into world-class sales ambassadors, and through that transformation, organizations experience growth in their sales revenue. Santo is a thought leader in personal and professional development discussions, and she features on local TV stations. She is passionate to see growth and transformation in people. She believes that each person can transform and become better every day, and this world is made a beautiful place through transformation. In her free time, she loves attending to live concerts and loves soft saxophone music. Wow. Her next project is to learn how to ride a bicycle. She missed out on this skill when she was young, and she has a FOMO when her children are creating fun memories and she is unable to participate. She used to play hockey, and she was in the Kenya national team, and she holds a trophy as the best player. Can we put our hands together as we bring to the platform Santo Kekayaya? You're welcome.
Wow. Thank you, Dottie, and thank you, my husband, Kanye, by ensuring that I'm here and I'm safe. And I'm feeling good about myself. Thank you very much. A young girl undertook her nursery lessons under a tree, and thereafter, she stepped her feet in the city when she was joining the University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, the stories that you hear of first-timers in the city, that tall buildings are actually tall, those stories are true. And so today, as I stand here, I give glory to God because He has created this stage for me. In our culture, women did not have a seat at the table, leave alone a stage like this one where their voices can be heard. I honor my parents today because in our household, we didn't experience gender bias as expected.
My father created a voice platform for me and my sisters. That's my lovely sister. She's just behind there. I love you. Yeah, that's very important for us. For our sisters in our home. And the only distinction we knew about gender was biological. I hope that's a good thing. That's the only thing we knew. My father is in heaven today. And this I know. Thank you. And this I know, he's absolutely proud of me. Yes. Yeah, I come from the Maasai community, so for us, this stage is really not a very common thing for us to experience. So my father really ensured that we had that space. Now, my family and friends, and everyone who is in this room today, I'm truly thankful. I have meditated on this day for a long, long time. And to see such beauty, the colors, and the lovely, and the gentlemen who are here, and the impact that is in this room today, actually it is a day well spent for me. And I believe it is also a day well spent for yourselves. A big thank you for Doso and team. Let's give them a round of applause for giving that young girl who started off her journey under a tree a platform. I believe my story can have a positive impact in this room and beyond. My chapter was inspired by 2 seasons that women in leadership find themselves in. I have experienced both seasons, the thriving season and the isolation season. What stood out is that in both seasons, we still have to define our day's level of performance. In the season of isolation, who have gone through that season of isolation? The rock bottom, the life pause, the sundowner. In that season, somehow we accept that the day can be and should be on autopilot. If we have nothing to do, it's okay. There's nothing for us to do. And if we sleep in the whole day, it is still okay. Ladies and gentlemen, when we define our day's level of performance in our seasons, it means that we are not only showing up, but we are showing up right. And therefore, rise in both seasons. Showing up in the work or business arena has been captured well by Theodore Roosevelt. And he says, that credit belongs to the woman who is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, and strives valiantly, so that her place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Showing up in the work arena is a good start, but are we showing up right? Showing up in the work arena is a good start, but are we showing up right? Showing up right means we are in the work arena or business arena, and we are operating in our full capacities so that we achieve results that are aligned with our capabilities. Does this always happen? Absolutely no. Do you always show in your full capacity? Absolutely no. Picture this. For those, I think all of us will love bonus. I've been in corporate world for over 14 years, and we used to look forward for our end of year bonus. So picture this. You have been given, the appraisals are out, and you got rated a B. And the bonus is 3 million. 3 million is not bad, eh, Santo? It's not bad. But what if your true capacity is an A rating player? And for an A player, they get a bonus of 5 million. So that is a difference of 2 million, not because you cannot get 5 million, it's just because there are things we need to work on. Take a look of that story. A woman in leadership who understands that her work and life roles need to collaborate throughout the day. So you can see that lady. We are in the arena that Roosevelt was talking about. She has all that she's thinking about the whole day. The time is on the morning devotion, if you're one of those, I am. Home management, we have someone there you have to manage. We have children, we have the cooking, we have all that you can see there. And also our careers. I know nowadays we are modernized, I know we can delegate that, but that is how it looks up when we go to our work arena. A study has been done, and that most women leaders are not succeeding at work, not because they lack the potential, but because every day they enter the work arena with baggage. Every day we enter the work arena with baggage. That baggage is the hijacker of showing up right. In this story, we can see the day's hijacker. The lady is still in the ring. We still have those roles that we have to handle during the day. And according to that study, they are saying that we don't perform because of the various baggage that we carry to our work or to our businesses or job. So we have there FOPO, fear of people's opinions, and someone is a culprit. I am too. I am too. Kaliang in his quote, he says, if you do not know who you are, then the world will tell you who you are. In my understanding of this quote, the world tells you who you are, and then you are no longer defining your levels, days of performance. So if you don't know who you are, then my fellow authors can tell me who I am, then they're defining my day's level of performance. That is fear of people's opinion. Number 2, day's hijacker is called distractions. I'm also a culprit. By the way, these things, I've gone through all these things during my seasons of thriving and also of isolation. So distraction is whereby our day is bullied by distractions. Then our productivity is affected. Distractions are usually insidious and they appear valid. Your family friend can call you, even your husband can call you, or even you get a notification and you start just going through you find yourself moving from one social media to the next. Without knowing, 45 minutes to 2 hours are done. The other day's hijacker is negative emotions. Women, negative emotions. As humans, we will inevitably have days when we get hijacked by negative emotion. As a woman in leadership, when you step in the arena with anger, frustrations, will you manage to lead and influence your day's performance effectively as a leader? Will you? Will you be able to function well as a leader when you have those negative emotions? By show of hands, so we are in agreement. That's very good. Low self-esteem. This one is actually, she has captured it very well, Terry. because it is manifested when we feel like a fraud and always doubt our capabilities and our worth in terms of value and impact. Now, how do you deal with that imposter phenomenon? Is that, first of all, you have to be aware. Every time you're moving from a fixed zone to a growth zone, either through a job promotion or writing a book or taking on a new task, those feelings of incompetence will always check in. So they will never leave us. Let me tell you, imposter's phenomenon, those feelings will always be there. But we are aware that it happens when we are stepping into a growth zone. So when they come, tell you just what she said, that I'm happy. I'm actually in a new zone, in a growth zone. So don't fight it. Welcome it the way she said. Let the imposter syndrome have a seat and have coffee with you. That is still good. So those feelings, don't cue that you are not efficacious. When you feel that way, it doesn't mean that you are not able. When you feel that way, it doesn't mean that you have no value. Yeah? It is just a sign that you're moving into a growth zone. When we rise above the day's hijackers, the FOPO, the distractions, the negative emotions, and the low self-esteem, we learn when to pack them. Hallelujah. We learn how to pack them, when to heal from them, or when to face them using tools and strategies so that we show up valiantly in the arena. Then the prize will be on our hands. You see that prize? I'd want to have that trophy. But as you can see, that lady, the day's hijackers are still with her, but you've seen where they are. Yeah? She knows how to handle them. She knows how to handle her emotions. She knows how to handle her low self-esteem. She knows how to not to be distracted because she has tools on how to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, my chapter covers how the day's hijackers affect how we show up right. Not just how we show up, but how we show up right. I have given practical tools and strategies that can help us to break free and define our day's level of performance and win that prize. Thank you.
Round of applause for Santo Kekayaya. How to show up right. Show up, but don't just show up. Are you showing up right? How our day-to-day distractions can affect how we show up. A good lesson there. Thank you for that, Santo. We are going on well, and we are still in for some really good time. We are yet to hear more of the stories. Remember, we are listening to 13 of them. That was the 8th one, so we are close to the last one, but we still have a number. So at this particular time, I want us to help me bring to the platform Jen Mburia. Jen Mburia is a seasoned banking executive and a purpose-driven, impact-focused marketplace leader. An accredited specialist in customer experience management and a proven change catalyst. She brings over 20 years of experience in the financial services sector, working with both local and multinational institutions. As the CEO and principal consultant of Lead Insights Africa Consulting, she leads a firm dedicated to delivering tailor-made, innovative solutions that meet clients' unique needs. The firm's focus The firms focus on strategic leadership, management consulting, and business advisory services combined with a strong emphasis on technology drives customer success and transformative outcomes. In addition to her role at Lead Insights Africa, she actively engages in capital raising, investor relations, partnering with SMEs, startups, and capital firms across the continent to support impactful projects and social initiatives. Her passion for leadership and people development is reflected in her commitment to creating sustainable impact. She founded Mentor Circle Conversations, a platform dedicated to empowering, mentoring, coaching, and training professionals while promoting value-based transformational leadership across Africa. With extensive experience gained from senior roles at top-tier financial institutions, including Citigroup Barclays, Absa Group, and Cooperative Bank Kenya, she contributes to her community by serving on boards, leading with workplace coaching and mentorship programs, and volunteering in CSR and social impact projects. A lover of family, travel, and her pet dogs, she balances her professional life with personal passions. Above all, she is a devoted Christian, attributing her journey through life seasons and her achievements to God Almighty. Her guiding philosophy is to add value and make a meaningful difference through a purposeful leadership and service in every endeavor. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the platform none other than Jane Buria. And we keep clapping, we keep clapping, we keep clapping until she gets here. We agree that it is a long way to the platform, so keep clapping for her. And you're very welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Dottie, for that warm and heartfelt introduction. To our esteemed guests, Eva Muraya and Dorcas Odumbe. To Doso Radido, our amazing publisher and your wonderful team. Yeah. To our beautiful and inspiring authors, thank you. And to all our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. A little louder once again, good evening. God is good, and all the time. Amen. So we are here to celebrate the goodness of God. And just like my fellow co-authors have mentioned, previously, it has been an incredible journey so far. To God be the glory, great things he has done. Let's give God the glory and with an applause. Thank you. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be here and to be standing before you for the very first time as a published co-author. When I look around this room, I see loved ones, I see family, I see friends, I see mentors, I see colleagues, I see beautiful people, I see new faces that have come to celebrate this great milestone with us. We can't thank you enough. Thank you for taking your time to celebrate with us. Among the treasured faces that I see before me, I'd like to make a few special mentions because they matter to me. And I'll start off by particularly mentioning and honoring my family. And I'll start off by mentioning my late father and my late mother, who are in glorious heaven. I thank God for them. If they were here, they'd be seated right here and cheering me loudly and be very proud of me. So I thank God for them. Those were my very first role models into what leadership looks like. And today I stand here because they nurtured and inspired me. They set a foundation for me, which I now stand on, and it's their legacy that I have said I will continue to build on, even moving forward. But thank God they are represented here by my wonderful family, my brothers and my sisters who are seated amongst us, and wonderful special friends, Stephen, Dorcas, Elizabeth, who is in absentia, George, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for always championing and stirring me up. Thank you for your unwavering support. Doing life with you has been amazing. My special friends, and there are many in this room, thank you, Kare. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Grace and Kathy. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Eva Moriah. It's a secret I've kept, but she's a wonderful, dear, dear friend, leader, and also mentor. What an honor to have you as our key speaker as well tonight. Thank you, Stephanie, for coming. That is family. And so many other wonderful friends who I see in this room. Thank you all. You've been my greatest cheerleaders along this journey. See what the Lord has done. To God be the glory. Thank you for being here to celebrate this great milestone with all of us. As I reflect over the past few months, what comes to mind is a journey. A powerful journey that began with a lot of uncertainty. So there's a word that has kept coming up here, imposter syndrome, wondering, is this the time? I may have thought about writing a book, but definitely not when I'm 21 years old like I am today. I thought about writing it probably when I'm 75. But look, this was the appointed time. And I want to thank Dosso and his team for following us through. I think it's a mystery how they managed to pick all of us. We don't take it for granted that, you are chosen, you have picked us up. So thank you so much. So it's a powerful journey that began with uncertainty and has blossomed into something so extraordinary. And that is why we are here to celebrate today. This journey for me has been one of introspection, one of self-discovery, one of growth and of courage, and one that has now culminated for me into beautiful new beginnings. And through God's grace and divine connection through Zion Pearl Publishers, one where I have made wonderful new friendships with these phenomenal 12 leaders who are making great strides in leadership. Thank you, our fellow co-authors. So together in collaboration, we've created the book, The Way She Leads, which is a testimony and a testament of what purpose, faith, and vision coming together looks like. We thank God. So as we launch this book today, let me share a few insights from my own leadership journey, from my chapter. So I'm chapter 11. I think that should be page 179, from page 179. But read the rest of the book. But yes, look for chapter 11 as well. And the title of my chapter is, When You Are Called to Lead, You Are Called to Serve. And I'd like to summarize the heart of this message with the acronym LEAD, a reminder of what true leadership is. So the acronym LEAD, that is L-E-A-D, lead with an L, not R. Yeah? Where I come from, where Olive comes from, where Linda Moria comes from, it is a tongue twister. So make sure your neighbor understood that it is lead with an L. So L stands for lead with love and purpose. Leadership isn't about titles or entitlement. Leadership isn't about power and feeling, what's in it for me first. Sadly and unfortunately today, that's what we are seeing leaders around us doing. Kweli ama urongo? Yes, I will leave it there. But today's world, so it often defines leadership, wrongly. And this chapter is bringing us back to the basic of what true leadership truly means. It is a calling to serve. Leadership is a calling to serve and transform. So as I wrote this chapter, I realized, and those who are close to me, my dear friends and family, they know that at every stage of my life, there has been a strong leadership component, which continues to this day. And I realized time and time again that it's not a coincidence. It is not just by chance. It is God himself who has placed me in roles, not for my own benefit, not for the title or the position, but to serve others and to serve him and bring positive change wherever he has called me. E stands for embrace challenges as opportunities. So one of the greatest lessons that I share also in my chapter is that not all challenges or not everything that comes looking like a crisis is a bad thing or is a negative thing. Sometimes and often you'll find that every crisis or the challenges you're facing holds a great opportunity in disguise. And I'm sure for a number of the leaders who are here and even our chief guests, they'll say that a number of opportunities do come through some of what we call or looks like a challenge. So when you see or you face difficulties, don't see them as setbacks only. See them as opportunities to learn. See them as opportunities to grow. See them as opportunities to become more courageous, yeah, and to rise out of that storm, yeah. I recall once, maybe I'll just give an example. So one time in one of the banks that I was working, I was given a challenge to go and lead a region that's out of Nairobi. Now for me, who is born and bred in Nairobi, I wondered, how am I going to survive? In fact, for me, it felt very disruptive. It almost looked, at that time, I thought that, why am I being picked on? Why couldn't Nani go and not me, you know, whoever Nani is? But I realized at that time it may have looked like a setback because a lot had to change. I had to relocate. But what initially felt disruptive became eventually the most rewarding experience for me. I grew. And in my career, it opened doors and even led to a promotion that I never expected that brought me back to Nairobi. And I just realized that looked like a setback, but it was all God's plan in disguise, setting me up for greater things. A, tell your neighbor, A. Just making sure they're awake, they're there. So A stands for aspire to uplift others. Yeah. True leaders lift others. True leaders will empower and create an enabling environment to make others become the best versions of themselves. May we all aspire to be a great influence to those that are around us. Our actions create ripples that touch lives. Now, those actions can either lead to impactful and positive outcomes or the reverse, yeah? So let's strive to be remembered as leaders who serve with humility, integrity, and love. Now, D stands for dare to dream boldly, yeah? So finally, be bold in your purpose. Be fearless in your pursuit of positive change. We are all here for a reason, and the world is waiting on us for the difference that only me and you and I can make. So like an eagle, let's soar above challenges and stay focused on our goals. So in closing, I'd like to leave us with some reflective questions. And I leave you with a choice, even as you answer these questions for yourself. Are you a soaring eagle, resilient and focused? There's a lot that we can learn about just by observing eagles. Or are you a quacking duck? Yeah? Quack, quack, duck, right? Easily swayed by storms. Now, when we look at the eagle, they glide above storms. They actually use the storms to glide higher. So they rise above the storms. And I think a few of us mentioned, a few of the leaders, the co-authors mentioned about, putting aside the distractions and the noise that is around us. So often, there's a lot of noise around us, yeah? So the eagle rises above the storm. The eagle flies alone to remain visionary and focused on its goal. Yeah, remain focused on your goal as a leader or wherever it is you've been called to serve, right? Quacking ducks, on the other hand, huddle together, quacking away. They can't fly far. They'll be making noise. And there are many instances, even I myself, where we are faced with challenges or we are in a space where we are working and we are unhappy. And I'll go and quack with other ducks, complaining and grumbling the whole day. But as Santo has told us, negative emotions and negative thoughts just make the circumstances even worse. So we have had to learn along our journey to soar above the storms and the crisis and the noise around us and be visionary and stay focused to achieve our goal. Secondly, will you be a blessing or a leader? What kind of leader will you be remembered for? As a blessing or as a lesson? I think we all know places we have worked or people who have led us and we are saying, if there's one person I will not be able to be like as a leader, or I learned lessons by working for that person, or I learned lessons by being in that space. So our encouragement to you is be remembered for being a blessing. Be remembered for the impact. What do you want to be remembered for? When your name is called out and they say, yes, so-and-so used to be my leader or my colleague or my co-worker. So we're not saying necessarily leading in position, but as who you are, what would you be remembered for? A leader, a blessing, or a lesson? So today, as we launch The Way She Leads, I hope this book and the pages of this book inspires each and every one of us to rise up and lead, L-E-A-D. Leading with love, leading with courage, and a boldness that drives change. Our families, our communities, Kenya, and our world need leaders, you and I, who will step up and step out and be the difference. May each of us here go out and be that leader, stepping out boldly, daring to dream boldly, leading with love and purpose, and being the best version of ourselves. Thank you all, and may God bless you.
A round of applause for Buria. Thank you, Jen, for reminding us that when we are called to lead, we are called to serve, and we should lead with love and purpose. What kind of a leader are you? Thank you, Jen. We are going on well. Time is moving and we are moving. So we are moving together. So I want to bring to us the next speaker, and this is our 10th speaker by the day. You people have listened to a lot of some really good stuff. I wonder how your notebooks look like. By the way, are the notebooks in use? Yes, use them. They are given to us for use. Make sure you use them. If you haven't been using, in the next few remaining speakers, make sure you use your notebook. So I'm bringing to us our next speaker, and this is none other than Caroline Kadenge. She calls herself Carol Kadenge. She is a passionate leader who believes in the power of events to inspire, connect, and transform. With over 15 years of experience in leadership, customer experience design, strategy, and product management, she has a proven track record of delivering unforgettable experiences that leave a lasting impact. Before immersing herself in the event industry, Carol sharpened her expertise at Absa Bank Kenya PLC, where she excelled as the business club coordinator, debit card portfolio, and partnerships manager. Today, in her current role as the general manager at Sarit Center Expo, she brings to life her extensive knowledge and passion for creating extraordinary events. Carol's journey in the events industry has taken her across the world, giving her a unique perspective on international exhibitions, B2B events, and trade delegations. Her international exposure spans a rich array of destinations, including Rwanda, South Africa, Turkey, UAE, China, Singapore, Brazil, and the USA, to name but just a few. Outside of her professional life, Carol finds joy in reading, constantly seeking fresh perspectives that she channels into her work. A natural networker, she thrives on connecting with people and building meaningful partnerships that often spark exciting collaborations. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the platform Carol Kadenge. And she is taking her time. We keep clapping until she gets here. Yes. You're welcome, Carol.
I wanted to walk slowly so that they can keep clapping. Yeah. Good evening to our keynote speaker, Eva, our special guest, Dorcas, Zion Publishers, Doso and team. What can I say about you ladies? Beautiful work. And to all our friends, family, supporters, people who believe in the cause, karibuni sana, and thank you very much. So I'll just start by saying first, who is God? Who is God? I know a number of the co-authors have said sometime they have ever dreamt or maybe thought about writing a book. I can tell you for free, anything to do with writing, something like a story, ended in school. Those ones where it was a must, you need to write. Exactly. In no dream of mine did I think I would be able to stand in front of you today as a published author. And I can tell you my own chapter. It is intentional. I've not read any of the other 12 stories. I want to read after the launch, which is after today. But my own, I was reading. I look, I say, this is really mine. I read again. And I read again. And I found surely there was something that I had to share. So I want to encourage all of us, if you get such a call, do not hesitate. Once you start the journey, you'll be able to reach the end point. And then before I go into just what my story covers, there's something, a thematic that has been on this stage from all of us, most of us. We have said, Doso reached out to us through LinkedIn. I know many of you may be very active on Instagram, on Facebook. Can you see where LinkedIn has brought me? Because he did not find me anywhere else. So let us use some of these with the seriousness they deserve. It shouldn't be something we are just using to post a picture. Let's use it as a way to pass messages. And for most of us, when we write, we are not writing for ourselves. We are writing for the consumption, for somebody else to better their today and their tomorrow. Now, back to my chapter, because I know I have 10 minutes and I'm a talker. So, Dottie, feel free to stop me when my time has reached. So mine covers really, the main thing I cover in my chapter is transitions. And when we think about transitions, especially in the workplace, it's something everybody goes through. You transit from one job to another. So what's so special about the transitions that I went through and that have brought me to the place that I am today? So I started my career in the civil service as a lecturer in the National Youth Service. So my background is in teaching, and I did that for a good 14 years. But I want you to correlate the two, civil service. Probably today, things have changed in terms of what we view as somebody who works for the government. But in our days, the adjectives that were used to describe people who worked in government, we were the people who come, unaeka koti kwa, you are seen next week. Even you can, Actually, what we were seen as is people who are deadbeat, almost have nothing to contribute. So you find when this job came knocking at then Barclays,
a lot of things went through my mind. But I can tell you, sometimes something can motivate you to try something which you'd not have thought of doing. And we've talked about the voices from people around you. And one of the strongest voice I had in my ear at the time, because I had been working for about 14 years at the time in government, was my own father. And he would tell me, we mtu wa serikali, utaweza uko private sector, si watakufuta. Because he could appreciate the demands of where I was, and I was going into a totally different environment. Totally different environment where you come in today, you need to pick up and start moving. However, I asked myself, I have a brain, I have 2 hands, I have 2 feet. The people working there, they are just like me. I'm going to take on this challenge. I'm going to make sure I'm doing a lot of observing, and I'm going to ask questions. I'll not behave, I'm coming from a place where I know everything, but will embrace this and learn from where God has decided to place me. And for sure, as you get into, the workplace, one of the things that also has enabled me develop many of the leadership skills that I have is always volunteering. And I know that has also been shared by a number of us. Is sometimes, especially when you are an employee, many times we believe any extra work we are given, we need to be paid for. Or it needs to be in our job description. And if it's not there, you're not willing to do it. However, some of these opportunities, when they come our way, are actually setting us up for better things ahead. So I talk about my transitions, the difficulties that I went through, and how I overcome them. And one of these, think about the imposter syndrome. On day 1 when I reported, most of the time the new staff, when they report, the first question somebody would ask you is, you came from which bank? You came from which bank? Because everybody is transitioning probably bank to bank, bank to bank. So I'm like, okay, I'm coming from National Youth Service. Even my voice, there's just something. You even are wishing people cannot ask you where you're coming from, because you're feeling your story is not elevating. How did they even pick you? So people are saying, yeah, I came from this bank. So I'm saying, I'm a teacher, but I was brought here because, yeah. And it's something you live with. But for imposter syndrome, I can tell you for free, it is something we live with day in, day out. And the minute we stop feeling it, we are as good as dead. Because it means if I believe I know everything in my leadership journey, I will refer to nobody from my team. I'll not want any input because I know everything. So we must always be, in fact, always, ile kitu inakuchuna, you should always have that, because that drives you. It tells me, Carol, you don't know this, you need to consult, you need to, involve everybody in this process. So it's something we live with, and we are happy to live with it. And then another big thing, if you are a fear failure, you can never be a leader. I tell you for free. Every day we wake up, there's that opportunity or that potential to fail. But we still wake up, we still get the job done. And if we fail, we'll be able to dust ourselves and stand. I know now in Kenya, all of us are on anguka nayo. I say, for us, anguka. When you mwalimu, anguka na yo walimu and stand up. You're a consultant, anguka nayo and stand up. Dust yourself and stand up. You don't separate yourself from it. Because for women, when we fail, we'll want to fail and move away from that position. Immediately we incriminate ourselves, we are not able, not realizing that this is a test. We've learned something from it. We just need to get up and get the job done. So all the time as we go through the transitions that we face, let us make sure that you're not alone. You're in this journey with others. And what we are supposed to do is just learn from each other. So I joined the bank, and in the bank I worked for 14 years, and another opportunity came knocking this year. Again, a totally different, totally different, because I was moving completely out of banking. And having worked in banking now 16 years or so, The last people I consulted were my close circle of friends. They were the ones I came to last. And it was very intentional. When you're talking about environment and making big changes that will affect your life. And the reason I did that is because when I look at my close circle of friends and I look at myself, we are one. We have been together so long, we think like one. If it's stand, we know we should stand and face this way. So I looked for people outside my circle because obviously there's that fear. Currently where I was in a safe place. So I'm like, why do I want to rock the boat? Can't I just stay and, let everything play out? But getting these perspectives from different people enabled me to say, why not? Let me take this leap. Let me take this challenge. And even as I speak to you, yes, I'm still in a learning process. I'm still embracing. There are still days I sleep with doubts. I wake up wondering, is this really something that I can hack? But I get comfort from the many women that have gone before me, and the many that are still behind me, and the many that are looking at me today. Because there are some somewhere who now are looking at Caro Kadenge as the example of how to manage your leadership career. So that gives me strength to fight another day. So to the ladies, I look forward to reading all your stories. I know I will learn a lot from it. And also before I take my seat, we have talked about the imposter syndrome. I don't think this word exists, but it will for today. Can we have comfort zone mentality? Comfort zone mentality is the opposite. That is what, again, a number of us squeezes us into where we are. We are so comfortable. Wherever you are, if it's your business is thriving, you're able to meet your overheads, you're able to pay your staff. And if last month you had extra 10, this month you have an extra 20, you're like, my business is growing. We need to dream big. We need to think big. We need to, distort ourselves. Because the comfort zone mentality is another reason for very, very many women. We are not able to, share all that we have in terms of our capacity, in terms of our capabilities, because we are comfortable. Ladies, let's not be comfortable. Gentlemen, when you're there, prod your partner, prod them, make sure they are not comfortable because they can do great things for ourselves and for society. So I'll end there by saying, asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. And to the young people in the room, whether you're male or you're female, what I can say is be ready. Stay ready. Any opportunity, take it up because you don't know. Tomorrow something comes, you need to be ready to take up the challenge.
That was Carol Kadenge. A round of applause for her. Thank you, Carol. If you are afraid of failure, then you may just as well know that you cannot be a leader. Leaders are daring, and we have a team of 13 of them who have dared to live and today are sharing their lives and experiences with us. Thank you, Carol, for that inspirational speech. And we get to our next speaker. We are almost coming to the end of the author's speeches. And I know for sure that you have something you're taking away with you. I have several I'm taking away with me. So I'm bringing to us our next speaker, and this is none other than Elisha Msengeti Poriot. Elisha, she wants to go by all her three names. Elisha Msengeti Poriot is an educator, life skills and leadership facilitator, project and programs manager, writer, moderator, motivational speaker. She is the founder of Classroom Outside, an organization that offers leadership, mentorship, and life skills training for adults and youth. Elisha has worked in education, youth empowerment, scholarship programs, leadership, philanthropy, and social impact for over 15 years across the African continent. Her experience comes from working at the African Leadership Academy in South Africa, Equity Group Foundation, Wings to Fly, Strathmore University Business School, Bethel Children's Home, M-Pesa Foundation Academy, and Emerging Leaders Foundations in Kenya. She is currently a principal program officer at KenGen PLC, where she heads programs in education, environmental conservation, and water and sanitation across the country at KenGen Foundation. Elisha holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in International Relations and African Studies from Wesley College in Massachusetts, USA, a master's degree in Women, Leadership and Governance from the University of Nairobi, and an international baccalaureate IB diploma from the United World College, USA. She is a member of Toastmaster International and is the current president of SEMA Toastmasters Club. She is a long-serving member of the United World Colleges Kenya National Committee and the immediate past chair of Precious Blood Secondary School Alumni Association. She has been a member of the board of management of Precious Blood Secondary School, Riruta, and is a leader in her church community group as well as Residential Estate Association. Elisha enjoys blogging, storytelling, and reading, and relishes any opportunity to encourage others through speaking and writing. She facilitates workshops, panels, webinars, and is a seasoned keynote speaker for corporate and social events. Her life philosophy is that learning and becoming are infinite and must be intentional. Elisha is married to Poriot. They are blessed with 2 children. Elisha is an optimist and does her best to live each day in gratitude, faith, and never-ending hope. Help me bring in our hands together as we bring to the platform Elisha Msengeti Poriot. You're welcome.
What a moment. From when I entered the room, I've been balancing tears because it is such a moment. I'd like to thank Doso Radido and the Zion Pearl team, Dottie, Janet, and the rest of the team for this wonderful opportunity to tell our stories. I'll get it together, don't worry. One of the things I have learned, I used to think that when you're called to do great things, it is humble to say no. But I have learned that humility is actually saying yes. And I had been asked by Doso about 2 years ago when they were starting the She Leads series to write. And in a moment of folly, I said no. Because like many people, you start to ask, what can I really tell the world? I'm not ready. I need to grow older. I need to be wiser. I need to be more experienced. But also, there's a pride that prevents us from putting ourselves out there because we don't want to embarrass ourselves. And that's why I'm saying that there's humility in saying yes. I want to take this moment because my chapter is titled Falling, Feeling, and Feeding the Soul. Lessons along the way of work. And I'll read a piece of that chapter for you. But to begin with feeling, I want to invite my family, friends, neighbors, colleagues who are here to please stand up. My family, friends, remember it is humble to say yes. I just wanted to honor you. You can take your seats. One of the things I talk about is beholding. It is important for us as we go through life to take a moment and think about what it is you're seeing and feeling and experiencing. It is even more important for leaders because everything we do is not just for ourselves. I remember I did KCPE in the era when it was out of 700. And I did well. And I remember one of my uncles, and he's here today, Uncle Philemon, gave money to my mother. That time there was no M-Pesa, to buy a chicken, kuku, so that we can cook chicken that day to celebrate his niece who has done well. And I started to marvel. At that time I was 14. That you mean this marks I got, 599 out of 700, it means something to other people. And there have been so many moments, even when we announced, or when I announced that I've been a co-author in a book. The response from family, from friends, from colleagues. Kenjan just sponsored 10 women to be here to honor that moment. So the feeling is important. It's important to take a step back and ask, what is this and what could it mean for my family, for my community, for my society? Because the things we go through are not just for ourselves. But a big part of the feeling as well is having empathy and compassion and sympathy. Leaders who don't have that are the ones that someone was saying are lessons. Instead of being role models, you say that one was my teacher. Alinifundisha, character development. So that's the first part, beholding. And I'll read for you my introduction of my chapter. It's on page 211. I am a firstborn, and this in many ways has shaped my life and how I approach it. I suffer from the proverbial firstborn syndrome, which is to say, any firstborns in the room? You're in good company. Which is to say that I often take charge of situations. I worry about others. I protect the family's honor with all that I have. I feel bad when anything in a group doesn't go well. And I think about what could have been done differently, even if I was not necessarily the one responsible. Like many firstborns, I consider myself an ambassador, a mother hen, a minister, possibly a president, a problem solver, a pillar of strength, a pillow of comfort, and a president all at once. My father, Wilfred Msengeti, passed away, and that's why I insist on using the three names, passed away in a tragic road accident when I was young. My mother, Agrippina Msengeti, who was a nurse then and now retired, was barely 30 and left with 3 young children under the age of 5. As the firstborn, I saw myself as a second in command and an assistant parent of sorts. I wanted to protect my mother and my brothers all my life, and to a large extent, I still do. And now, there are children, my husband, Poriot, who is here, my sister-in-law, Claire, who is also here and is married to my brother, Moses, who is also here. And all of them, too, fall under my wing. And my brother, Peter. And all of them fall under my wing of concern consistently. I carried myself with probably more seriousness than life required. And I am told by my aunts and uncles and cousins and family friends that I had an old soul right from childhood. But I have learned many things along the way that have either enhanced this firstborn syndrome or forced me to tone it down in my work and walk of life. One of them being that you cannot take care of everybody. This leads me to the second part, falling. Leadership, we are told, requires you to bring all of yourself. Your hopes, your aspirations, your experiences, your strengths, and your weaknesses. But what I have learned is that leadership is also about holding back parts of yourself. It means that sometimes you're tempted to say something or do something, but you don't. It means that you have to go against what is natural to you. And every time we fail or fall, we have to ask, what is it that what is it that is about myself that I could possibly have held back a bit more and brought something else forward to have helped me in this situation? So my lesson, which I share a bit in the chapter, is that in as much as I wanted to bring all of my firstbornness to my leadership positions, and I've had many, that sometimes wisdom is actually being able to hide some of those parts and work on them. Learning to self-regulate and self-modulate is one of the greatest marks of a true leader. That's as far as falling concerns. The third and last part, feeding the soul. In the chapter, I talk about people and I give stories about people who have either inspired me or challenged me or pushed me, and in some cases even discouraged me. We feed our souls with lessons and moments and things, but more importantly, we feed our souls with people. And the lesson that I have learned, because the book is called Lessons and Insights from Lives and Experiences of Women Who Lead. By the way, not who have led, who continue to lead. And there is no who lead excellently, who lead powerfully, who lead amazingly. It's just women who are trying to lead. Yeah? One of the lessons I have learned is that sometimes when we are working so hard for a project or a program or an organization or a goal or a mission or vision, we focus so much on that and we burn bridges and we hurt people, and when the project is over, you're left with nothing. Those colleagues, those teammates, mume kanyagana, mume tukanana, you have denigrated, discouraged. So then the next project, what will you do? Who will you do it with? A big part of feeding our souls, we have to consistently remember that the relationships are important. And that as we do whatever we are doing, wholeheartedly, that maybe we need to manage those bridges so we don't burn them. Sometimes it is okay to fail even a little bit and maybe even lose some of that perfection for the sake of a relationship. Feeding the soul, I've mentioned, that is about people. And there are people, for example, I want to make special mention of my help, Katherine. I thank God for her because her steadiness and her presence and kindness allows me to be here, for example, because my children are at home, allows us as a family to be and do so many things. And being a leader is about taking those moments. Remember, I talked about beholding and remembering and feeling and introspecting. What is this person doing for me in my life? And letting them know that they are feeding your soul. Much like Mary in the Bible, who was just keeping things in her heart. That is what many of us do. And people feed our souls, not just when things are sad and bad, but even in moments of success, such as this room. These people who've come to celebrate us and celebrate with us. This is a way of feeding the soul. But as a leader, are you also feeding other people's souls? Is there anyone who would say you have actually fed their soul? It's a good question to ask ourselves. And I say this because, like most of us, I've had seasons where maybe things didn't go so well. I remember one time when I lost my job, and my Aunt Jamie, Uncle Jimmy, my mom, my father-in-law, my uncle Mato, he happened to be near where we were living. They came to our house. And you know, you're used to people coming to your house maybe when, like, there's either a birthday or a funeral. I didn't know that when you lose a job, people also visit you with Bible verses and food offerings. But that's feeding the soul. The same. Remember that moment of being given chicken? And now there's this moment, years later. At that time, I was 34. 20 years exactly, right? A moment where people fed my soul. So my clarion call, perhaps, from the chapter, beyond the many lessons I've written about being teachable, about synergy and friendships, about knowing when to be a leader and when to be led. Firstborns. Sometimes you don't have to be the leader. One of the most important things I call us to do is, number one, to take moments to feel and behold what it is we are experiencing and know that it is not just for us, but it is for others. Number two, in the falling, that there's a lesson, and what is it that you're going to bring more of, and which part of yourself will you hold back? And lastly, the feeding of the soul. That as we live and lead and love, we appreciate those who feed our souls, but we must also be genuinely happy with those who are happy around us, genuinely sad with those who are sad, genuinely giving a helping hand when we can, and genuinely being present. Beyond those text messages that we send and those WhatsApp groups that we form. Being present. That's how we can feed the soul, and that is how I propose that we lead. Thank you very much.
That was Musengeti Poriot. Round of applause for her. Thank you, Musengeti. She has said something very profound. You can look at it from whatever perspective, but my view is, thank you for that. Saying yes is sometimes humility. She has said so. And she proceeded to say that there's a pride that keeps us from putting ourselves out there because we are afraid of being embarrassed. And that is pride. Yes, that is what we call pride. Thank you for that. That has come out so strongly for me. Thank you so much. We are going on well. This well is relative, but we are going on well. So I bring to us our next speaker, and this is none other than Katherine Nyaga, Katherine. Katherine is a seasoned leader with expertise in governance, risk management, compliance, audit, and accounting. She currently holds the position of co-chair at the Institute of Risk Management East Africa Group and serves as the internal audit manager at ABSA Life Assurance, Kenya. Katherine earned her MBA from Makosa Honoris University in South Africa and holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Nairobi, Kenya. She is a graduate member of IRM, a certified public accountant of Kenya, holds a certificate in cybersecurity, and is a Global Reporting Initiative certified sustainability professional. Her career spans various sectors, including financial services, manufacturing, investments, and humanitarian sectors across Africa and Europe. Katherine also contributes her expertise as a board member in the Kenya and the United Kingdom. She is passionate about mentoring young professionals and is actively involved with initiatives such as the Global Give Back Circle, Youth Mentors, and VCs and Startup Shuja. Would you please put your hands together and celebrate as we bring to the platform Katherine Nyage. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all. I'm here at risk of being among the last speakers, so I'm just trying not to repeat myself. I'll try as much as possible not to bore you. But first of all, I must thank you for remaining attentive. You know, most times when we have these long speeches, you see people walking out, people on their phones. And whenever I look behind, I'm seeing everybody's looking up. So thank you so much for giving us that encouragement. Yeah, so first of all, I want to acknowledge some people who are in this room. Special thanks to my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nyaga. Please stand up. Yeah. 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 They traveled from Kirinyaga this morning, and they're still going back. So at break time, I had to reach out to them and ask them, are you still going to wait until my turn? And my mom said, it's fine, we shall wait. So they are still going to drive in darkness back home, but thank you so much, Mom and Dad, for that. I also want to recognize my immediate family, my husband, my daughter, and my son. Please stand up. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, the person who gave me the dream to write is that young girl you can see there. She wants to write a book. She wants to be an author. And she's actually written like 3 notebooks, which are full with some nice stories. In fact, now when she realized I'm publishing mine, she said this holiday in December, she wants us to work towards publishing hers. So I think I'll come to you. So yeah, thanks, Maya. Team ABSA Life. Please stand up. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming. Those are my colleagues. I'm their internal audit manager. And you know, guys, auditors are not liked. But for me to have such a number, surely I must be a good person. First Assurance. Team First Assurance. Yeah, those are other colleagues I work with. Thank you so much. My sister-in-law is also in the room, Gaka. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so, yeah, thank you so much. I won't take a lot of time. I know, guys, you've been sitting for so long. So I'll start with a quote. Everything you have ever wanted is one step outside your comfort zone. Everything you have ever wanted is one step outside your comfort zone. And I'm saying that because I want that quote to be the introduction to my chapter. I know mine sounds a bit technical. My chapter is the value of risk management. And people would wonder, what is risk management? Yeah? So I'll just read the first paragraph so that it can give you context as to what risk management is. It's not just for corporate, it's also for us at a personal level. Yeah? So I start by saying life is an adventure. As a wise man once said, life isn't meant to be easy, it's meant to be lived. Sometimes happy, other times rough. But every up and down teaches you valuable lessons and makes you stronger. Yeah? Many a times we find ourselves in life, we tend to imagine that life should be smooth all the time. And so when we fail in something, we really go down. Yeah? And we really feel like we are failures, like many other colleagues here have said. Yeah? But remember, it's an adventure. Even Jesus died on the cross and rose. There's no resurrection without death on the cross. There's no light without darkness. So let's enjoy the good moments and the hard moments. Yeah? They are teaching us. We are a product of the good and the bad things that have happened in our lives. And it's from that I want to just speak about a few lessons that I've gone through in my life. And the first one is where you are coming from doesn't matter. Yeah? It doesn't matter where you come from. I'm a girl from Kirinyaga. I have grown up in Kirinyaga. I stepped into Nairobi when I was joining the university, as my other colleague said. Yeah? When I was growing up, my parents are both retired teachers. I wanted to be a teacher because that was the best profession I could see there. Yeah? But then, please buy my book to know what happened for me to be where I am today. Yeah? So, focus on the vision you have. Determine what you want to have, determine where you want to go, and pursue that. Like my other colleagues say, there are so many distractors along the way. But as long as you keep your eyes on the prize, you shall get to where you want to go. So that's why I started. The second thing I want to speak about is clarity of purpose. Why are you in this world? Were you an accident child? Do you feel like you are an accident child? And why are you still alive if you think you're an accident child? God has a purpose of retaining you here. And it's time we try to discover exactly why God is still retaining us here. Today we have so many abductions, so many deaths. Why hasn't it been you? God has decided to keep you here for a purpose. So try and discover that purpose. The other day, somebody told us that, there are only two sureties in life, death and taxes. And we have to think about our death. And that will help us think about our legacy. What do you want to leave behind? Yeah? Once you decide what is important for you in life, what legacy, what do you want to be remembered for, then you will understand what matters. That friend you've been fighting with, that boss you don't like, how are they contributing to your legacy? Yeah? You'll be able to determine the things that really should worry you, the things that should take your energy, your time. Yeah? So having clarity of purpose. And like Simon Sinek, the author of What is Your Why? He asks us to define what is your why. Yeah? If you're pursuing something, why are you doing it? Are you buying that car because your friend has that car? Because you want to remain in the same class with them? Are you going for that job because your friend has gotten a better job, so you want to remain at the same level, so you also pursue the same job? It's for the wrong reason. So we need to understand what is our why. It's not for the sake of competition. It should be fulfilling. We should be working towards our purpose. Yeah? The third thing I want to talk about is believing and trusting in God. Yeah? As I stand here in front of you, I'm living my second lease of life. Yeah? Those parents sitting there have a testimony to give. In 1999, I was involved in a very bad road accident. And I was in a coma for 10 days. You can imagine the pain and trauma they had to go through. I wasn't with them. I was in Nairobi going to visit my brother in Embu, and they were coming from Kirinyaga. We were to meet there. There were no mobile phones. Until, they went, visited, they realized I'm not coming, so they went back home. And they found crowds of people. And they broke the news to them. Yeah. So I stayed in hospital for 10 days. My mom did so much work. She had to be reporting to school very late because she had to stay until I wake up when I was at home. She nursed me for 3 months. Yeah. And I respect her for that. Mom, this one I'll never forget. Thank you. Yeah. And I want to believe that God retained me for a reason, because 7 people died on the spot in that accident. I was one of the survivors. And God completely erased that memory off my mind, so I don't remember. And by then it was so bad, my face was so disfigured, I was contemplating becoming a nun, because I couldn't see which man would marry such an ugly woman. Those were my thoughts then. Maybe I've never shared with my parents, but that's what I was thinking. I need to start thinking of being a nun. But yes, he's a God of second chances. And even our friend here shared, and I almost shed tears. And we respect you for that, yeah? And we thank God for you. But he's a God of second chances, and not just in disease. Even in our careers, many times we fail. In our families, many times we fail. God is a God of second chances. And also having faith in God. Yeah, I've seen God through my career. Yeah, there are times. There's one year I had my vision board, and I told God I want to move my job by 1st of June. And do you know I actually signed a contract on 27th of May. You can actually contract with God and agree on this is what I want. Like you talk to him as your friend because he's really your friend. The other thing I want to talk about is when you fail, pick up the pieces and move on. As I stand here, and one of the stories I have in the book, I've been a farmer for 8 years until end of last year. I was actually, I had 18 acres of land. I was doing French beans that I was exporting to the UK. I had the GAP certification, so my produce was traceable from UK where it was being delivered to my farm. It failed. My dad couldn't believe when I told him, I am so done with this project, I am selling this farm. Because I got to a point where I found myself in front of a psychiatrist. And when he listened to my story, he told me, I'm not ready to give you any medication. You are under extreme stress because of that farm. Yeah? Telephone farmers, or those thinking of telephone farming, think twice. The workers will take you to your grave earlier than you need to be. But that's what happened. Yeah? And that, okay, of course, I've not given much story about the farming business there. I hope I'll write another book. Doso challenged me to write another book, and I'll give more detail there about managing your risks when it comes to some of those side hustles. So the next one is, to everybody here, claim your space at the table, especially the ladies. Claim your space at the table. There's nobody who will drag that seat for you, bring it to you to sit. When you're going to join a board, there's nobody who will come and tell the others, you know, I think she's a good person, maybe we should give her. You know what? They're also thinking about their own growth. Yeah? So grab the opportunity when it's presented to you. Seize those opportunities when they come. Yeah? You've seen that I'm serving in a board in the UK. And when our board from IRM UK came in here in June, and they asked, they had advertised a position for Audit and Risk Committee member. And I applied. And when they were asking, so who else in the room applied? A room with more than 200 people, nobody had applied. So ladies, when you see those opportunities, please grab them as soon as you can. So the last thing is just be open to learning, yeah? Learn. I learn a lot from those children of mine who are sitting there, yeah? My son has taught me a lot. Don't think like, I think it's Carol who said, you think when you're a leader or you're a boss, you know better than all your team members. No, you get to learn, especially the Gen Zs today. There's a lot we are learning from them. So let's just be open to learning. And with that, I think that's all I had to say. I hope there's something new I've mentioned. I know many things had been said, but I hope we'll get to interact more through the book. You can reach me on social media, and we can always have a side chat on the side. But thank you very much all for your patience and for staying with us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
That was Katherine Nyaga. A round of applause for her. Thank you, Katherine, for sharing. We appreciate you. Katherine has just said that everything you ever wanted in life is just one step out of your comfort zone. This thing called comfort zone. Don't we want to be comfortable? Huh? Is it bad to be comfortable? Okay, she has said so. Whatever it is you want in life is just one step outside your comfort zone. Outside your comfort zone. Whatever you do with that statement is up to you. So I bring to us our last speaker from the authors team. Yay! If you want to celebrate, you celebrate. Don't do it halfway. And probably your word is with this last speaker. Probably what you needed for today is with her. So you want to stay as awake as you were when you had the first one. So check on your neighbor. Are they still there? Or they left? The body is here, but they're already somewhere else. So our last speaker of the day, though not the least, is Julia Thitai. Julia Thitai is a dynamic visionary leader and impactful transformational and strategy expert with a career spanning over a decade in transforming organizations and driving significant change across healthcare, finance, public sector, and corporate environments. Known for her forward-thinking approach and deep analytical mind, Julia brings a unique combination of expertise in strategic growth, operational excellence, and leadership transformation to every role she undertakes. With a strong foundation in strategic development and operations, Julia's academic background includes extensive study in strategy and operations, complemented by certifications in executive leadership and governance. With an MBA in Global Studies and an undergraduate in International Relations from the United States International University, and an ongoing professional course in Hospital Management from the Strathmore University, she is enrolled to kick off her doctorate in Business Administration in January 2025. Julia Thitai is strategic and transformational industry leader, renowned for her expertise across healthcare, financial services, public sector organizations, and beyond. With a robust background in driving growth and innovation, she has held pivotal leadership roles such as Assistant Vice President at Fertility Point and Africare Global, where her impact reached board-level governance and expanded into strategy development, risk management, and operational efficiency. Julia has collaborated with esteemed multinational corporations and government agencies, including Equity Bank, Athi River Works Development Agency, Coca-Cola, Britam, Jubilee, Old Mutual, and healthcare institutions. Among her notable achievements, Julia has spearheaded key strategic initiatives that drove growth, reinforced governance, and applied operational efficiencies. Her impactful board governance experience is evident in her contribution to organizational oversight, risk management frameworks, and sustainable growth initiatives, making substantial improvements in governance processes across organizations. Recently, appointed to the Executive Committee of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, Julia continues to shape the future of Kenya healthcare landscape. Passionate about community welfare, Julia has been instrumental in creating outreach programs that extend her impact beyond boardrooms. She actively organizes community screening initiatives in healthcare. By the way, the information desk we had today about breast cancer awareness was facilitated by her. Thank you, Julia, for that. A Christian, a devoted mother, and a family-oriented leader, Julia values integrity, resilience, and hard work, qualities she upholds in her personal and professional life. And because this is our last speaker among the authors, can we give her a mighty, mighty hand clap as we bring her to the platform to share her story, her speech? Julia, karibu sana. Keep clapping, keep clapping. We have agreed that this place is very far when you're coming to speak, so we clap until she comes. Yes, Julia, take your time. Girl, come. We are waiting for you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow. Sometimes when you hear your description, you wonder, is that me? I want us to sing a song. All right? Please sing with me. Twasema asante. Twasema Twasema
asante, ewe Mungu wangu.
Please stand up. Twasema
asante.
Twasema
asante.
Twasema
asante, ewe Mungu wangu.
Wewe ni
mwanzo
na Omega. Wewe ni
Alfa na Omega.
Wewe ni
Alfa na Omega. Ewe Mungu wangu.
Thank you very much. So as you have your seat, there's one exercise I'd like you to do. You each have a sweet on your table. Please grab a sweet on your table. You will allow me to have more than 10 minutes, being the last speaker, right? All right. So please turn to your neighbor and give them one word that you think this sweet symbolizes. Just turn to your neighbor, tell them, I think this reminds me of Kerenyaga. Or, something. Just, please. Okay. So I want you to just tell me one word that your neighbor told you. What does the sweet symbolize? Anyone? You can just shout. Happiness. Pleasure. Popular. Huh? Energy. Love. Rich. Diabetes. today is a sweet day, right? And today's launch, it's not just about the pages which myself and my co-authors have written. It is about the connection and the sweetness of this book. Today, we want every word that has been written to encourage, uplift, and remind each reader of the power within them to lead. My co-authors and I are truly honored to share this journey with you. And we hope the way she leads becomes a source of strength, joy, encouragement, just like these little sweets may add a little extra sweetness to your life. Today, it is a great privilege to introduce to you the way she leads. My chapter is not only about my labor of love, but a reflection of my journey in leadership, particularly a woman in leadership in healthcare. My deep commitment and set standards of quality care for Kenyans is deep-rooted in my work. In my career, I've been blessed with opportunities to serve and shape healthcare practices in ways that make a difference in people's lives. But my journey did not start in a hospital or a clinic or at the University of Nairobi at med school. My journey began as a sales and marketing executive. As a young professional, I was drawn to the energies and challenges of sales and marketing, where I learned to navigate customer needs, strategic planning, and brand storytelling. Those early days taught me the art of listening to people's needs. The power of effective communication has been drawn to the words written in that book. And little did I know that those experiences would eventually serve me in an entirely different field. I know you might wonder, how is someone in sales and marketing running in the healthcare field? Over time, my career shifted because some of the work that I had created was being noticed in the healthcare space. And bringing my background in sales and marketing and joining it in healthcare gave me a unique perspective, allowing me to see patient experience in a way that deeply was personal and empathetic. I have focused on setting and upholding standards of quality care, ensuring that each patient interaction was guided by integrity and compassion. So when I started writing this book, I was filled with a lot of excitement, but also a sense of doubt, wondering, just as my co-authors have mentioned, why me? Am I really qualified? Does my experience actually have the standard to be written in a book? But as I sat with these questions, I found my answer in faith. One of the most reassuring truths, hold close, is that God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. So you have to qualify yourself. I thank you, Zion Pearl, for giving me this opportunity to share my story. Many of us may feel unprepared or uncertain about the roles that we are meant to take on, particularly in the complex and demanding field of our careers. Yet, I believe that God equips us as we go. I believe that God equips us as we go. Over the years, I have seen how many experiences have shaped me, and I feel strongly that my calling is to lead by example and hopefully to raise the bar of quality healthcare in Kenya and empower others in the same field to uphold those standards. The way she leads is for all of us who believe in the power of compassionate, skilled leadership in any career. It is a reminder that no matter where we find ourselves, each of us has a calling. If this book inspires even one person to step into their calling with courage, then our purpose will be fulfilled. To you, the readers, I know you're getting your copies today. May this book remind you that you are enough, that you are exactly where you need to be. Some of my co-authors have talked about transition, and I hope that even in the transitions and the seasons of your life, that you may always talk to that inner voice inside you and remind them that you are qualified. The way she leads will challenge you. Many stories have been written to uplift you and remind you that you are chosen and equipped to make a difference. To my fellow co-authors, today marks the beginning of an extraordinary journey for each and every one of us. We are now published authors. Fortune does favor the bold and the brave, yes. And as my other co-authors have mentioned, saying yes to writing this book was not easy. But I pray that this book may be a starting point for each one of you. God has destined us for much more ahead. And I pray that we may be part of a greater story, one that we are privileged to share and shape together. I believe that each step we take forward will impact lives in ways we may never fully know. So, here's to the beginning of something beautiful, just like each and every one of you. Faith is an assurance of things not yet seen, but hoped for. So, I want you to join me and raise your glasses as we celebrate the launch of The Way She Leads. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Thank you very much. Have a blessed evening ahead.
Thank you so much, Julia. That was a good way to do it. Even leading us in that brief session of worship. Thank you so, so much. Isn't it beautiful to have had her at the end of it? She has brought a different taste to it, right? Yes, so with that, we are so very much grateful. Let us give her a hand clap, even as she takes her seat. She's the one who talks about you'll always get opportunities, but then when you do, you gotta qualify yourself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So opportunities will come, but then what do you do with them? Qualify yourself for them. Thank you so much, Julia. So we have come to the end of our speeches. It has been such an exciting, informative, educative, thought-provoking, all the things you may want to call it. And I know that every one of us has got something they're carrying home with them. If not, I don't know what I would say. So thank you so much, our authors, for taking your time just to share with us your lives, your stories. Your speeches have been so inspirational, and we are very grateful. So we are coming to another exciting session. It gets sweeter as we go on. And at this point, I would like to bring to us Mr. Dooso Redido to take the microphone from there and let us know what is next. Mr. Dooso, karibu. A hand clap for him as he comes.
Wow, thank you so much, Dottie. You have done amazingly well. Let's give her a better round of applause. She is amazing, full of energy and good vibe. That is such a powerhouse. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, ladies. Your speeches have been powerful. I've been writing lots and lots of notes. And I think, as I promised earlier, you have not let me down. You have spoken powerfully. We will remember. We will remember what you have said. I have seen the way people are taking notes in the house. And I know those are the quotes that they are picking from you. So from this day forward, you will be cited and quoted, and your words will be used. Some of those quotes we are going to use to create memes, because we want to. When they quote Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King and John Maxwell, they can also quote you because you are quotable. You are quotable. You are enough. You are enough, I'm telling you. You are enough, and you've done amazingly well. I'm very proud. So joining us today, we had a special guest from the Nation Media Group, who I want to bring to the podium to make a remark. Her name is Dorcas Muga Odumbe. She is a Kenyan media leader with over 28 years of experience in journalism, dedicated to fostering impactful storytelling that resonates with diverse audiences. She's also a gender editor at Nation Media Group and provides strategic direction for NMG's gender desk in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So her coming here is very important because she talks about the things we are talking about. So adding her voice to the conversation that is going on today is very, very important. So without much ado, put your hands together and help me bring to the podium Miss Dorcas Muga Odumbe. Dorcas, we love you. We like having you here. You look amazing, and we are so honored that you brought the whole of yourself here. This is the whole of herself. Give her another round of applause. Thank you so much, and so welcome.
Good evening, beautiful ladies. I must say that this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, because the Lord has made me meet 12 beautiful authors today, because one of them I met 30 plus years ago. So it's a very exciting opportunity for me. But before I start, our last author made us do an exercise, and I think we need to do another exercise. So just give me 1 second. Okay. Now, I want every woman in this room who has ever been told you can't to stand up. If you've ever been told you can't. Okay, remain standing. Any woman in this room who was the first in her family to go to university, please stand up. If you're already standing, remain standing. Any woman in this room who was the first female manager in her department, please stand up. Remain standing. If you're standing, please just remain standing. I'll just give you four more. I know you're tired of standing. Every woman who started a business from her kitchen, or from her living room, or from her bedroom, remain standing. And finally, every woman who has made it to the boardroom or into a board. Okay. This is the message. When I look at all these beautiful faces of the women standing, these are leaders.
This is what we call leadership, okay? You're the first one to go to the university. Someone talked about firstborns here. I'm a firstborn myself. And as a firstborn, we tend to think we know it all, right? Yeah? But Carol told us that when you're a leader, you should not always assume that you know everything, okay? So the women standing, okay, represent resilience, isn't it? We are all resilient. Broken barriers. They opened doors and doors were opened for them. They broke the ceiling, okay? And they went beyond the sky. And this is what we're talking about today. The 13 women in this book, I haven't read it, I'll confess, but I want to create time and just sit down and read your beautiful stories. What I had you presenting here today, awesome. Have your seats, beautiful women. My name is Dorcas Muga Odumbe, gender editor at Nation Media Group. In my previous life, I was a teacher. Where is our mom who was here, the teacher? She left. It's very unfortunate that she left. I would have wanted her to hear this. I love teaching. I'm very passionate about teaching. I really love changing lives by educating people. But why did I leave teaching? I left teaching because I was looking for money. I was chasing money, okay? So I took the risk of leaving a permanent and pensionable job. Of course, I got a permanent and pensionable job. But the TSC, there's that comfort. The comfort zone you're talking about, you know? So I was there and I knew, I'll retire at 60. Labda sahi I would be a principal. Mngekuwa mkitafuta for tenders. Doctors, can I supply beans? I would be a chief principal somewhere. That's what my colleagues tell me. Why did you stop teaching? You'd be a rich woman today. Anyway, that's not what we're here for today. Just saying that I was a teacher and I really loved teaching, changing lives of women and young girls. I was a teacher at the Alliance Girls High School. I met one of my students here today. I don't know if she's still here. I always feel nice when I meet my students and they tell me, oh, you are? It's always an honor when I meet my students. Actually, I was telling the one I spoke to today that there's nowhere in this country, and just across the borders, where I'll go and there's a gathering and I don't hear Mrs. Odumbe. When I hear Mrs. Odumbe, I just know that's an Alliance girl. So I cannot afford to be caught in any, you know, the strict teacher that I was, she knows, yeah? So I cannot afford, I have to be the role model that I was. Because I was their teacher, but I was their leader, isn't it? So today they still look up to me. And I'm proud to say that I go to hospital and the doctor I meet is who? My former student, you know? And I'm like, okay, now I've come for a mammogram or something. I think this is my baby. Now, how will this work, you know? But I'm very proud of them, always proud of them, because many of them are making decisions across the country and across the globe. You know, some are sitting in government, making policies that are impacting all of us in every way of our lives. So that is me, my life, Mrs. Odumbe, to my students. And today, I'm a gender editor at Nation Media Group, where I am telling you stories. As a gender editor, my work is to tell women and girls stories. And maybe briefly also to just tell you why we set up that gender desk, okay? The only one in Africa. The only gender desk in Africa, and when I say that, I mean it's a fully fledged, like, mini office within Nation Media Group, okay? And the reason was to be able to tell stories about women and girls who have suffered historical injustices. I heard her speak about the family she came from and saying how their father, in her family, the only difference that existed between her and her brothers was what? Okay? And that is what she's talking about. They're still, today, as we speak today, there are girls who are still discriminated against because culture dictates, okay? Patriarchy dictates. How we were brought up, the socialization. Just yesterday, a study, SDG, the SDG index, I don't know if any of you have interacted with it. It was just released this week. The baby left. Okay, how old is she? She's 4. So according to the SDG index, she's 4. I don't think she'll still be alive by the time we achieve gender equality, because a girl born today will be 97 years old. Okay? For us to achieve gender equality, 97. Okay? Then, on gender equality again, 139 countries. Out of the 139 countries, Kenya is number 130. Okay? And every day in the office, I have to fight with my colleagues. You know, they keep telling me, Dorcas, you're focusing too much on these women and the girls. The girls are overtaking the boys, because the other day there was a study again that was done, and it said that more boys are dropping out of school than girls. Then I tell them, but the numbers don't lie. Okay? Now, if you're planning to get a baby, I know we have some young daughters of mine here who, God willing, very soon will have babies. Please just know, if the baby is born today, 97 years. I don't know, the one who will born next year will be 96 years. Okay? So that is what I sort of fight for. In fact, in the office, people refer to me as the office activist, gender activist. I've been called a feminist, and I'm very happy to do that, because I am very happy to elevate what you women are doing. Okay? And I'm glad, because I'm here with my colleague Wanja, and I'm just thinking we have 13 women, 13 stories that we also need to tell from our platform. The people who will reach this other platform are those ones, a different audience altogether. But when you come to my nation.africa or the Nation newspaper, I've had beautiful stories here. In fact, I was just telling her, I don't know what I'm going to say when I stand there, because these ladies have just spoken about everything. But over the years that I've been in the media, I joined the media in 2008. That is 16 years. I started at a Standard Group, where we started a beautiful, beautiful initiative called If Sisters. I have seen passion to profit here. Frida Owinga was one of our regular panelists. She would speak to the women, encourage us. What happened to passion to profit? It still exists. Then you need to see me, because you need to tell the women that it still exists. I don't know that it still does. Eva Morai is among the women we featured those many years during the If Sisters Forum. So for me, God has blessed me with 2 very handsome young men. He never blessed me with daughters. But I've seen God has always wanted me to be around girls. And that's why I taught at Alliance Girls for 12 years. So I see all those girls as my daughters. Then I come to Standard, and I'm put in this department where I have to deal with women and women's issues. Then I come to Nation, I'm the gender editor. I need to take care of the women and girls of Kenya. Because when you're empowered, you're not just being empowered so that we look down upon the men, or so that we decide we do not need the men in our lives. We hold our hands together, and we have a better country. Okay? So for me, what I want to do today, because you've shared everything, is just to share what lessons or what the nuggets I've gathered from the thousands and thousands of women and girls whose stories we've told. And most of the things are actually what you've talked about today. But to me, I think these lessons will be important for you too. Some of them you've already shared. Some you haven't. We've talked about the great women, the Wangari Maathais, who told us that if you want to plant a tree and you want it to grow, you have to dig a hole first, plant the tree, water it, and continue taking care of it for it to do what? To grow. And that's our lives also. Taking that risk is like digging that hole. Then you plant. And then you have to nurture it for it to be able to grow. Now, the 10 lessons from the chronicles of the Kenyan women leaders, and I'll call them leaders, whether she's a grassroots woman or a woman sitting at the C-suite office. They're lessons that are picked over the years. And I know there are many more, but I just decided to summarize them to 10. Number 1, authenticity is your superpower. Be you. Someone, the dreadlocked author, said she came as she is. I've also come as I am, okay? I walk in the office the way I am. Love me, hate me, I am happy with myself. I am as authentic as they come, okay? So what does the authenticity entail? It entails just being you. Sometimes, I'm one of them who complain that, it's only the men who get the promotions. It's only the men. So when there's a meeting, you find there's a department where it's only the men who are making decisions in an organization, decisions that affect everyone in that organization. They do not know anything about cramps, so that we need some menstrual policies that when a woman has cramps, because there are women who have cramps even for a week, isn't it? When the men are making the decisions, do they know how their cramps feel? They do not know. When you're breastfeeding, you need a room, isn't it? When the men make the decisions, do they know that you need that room? And that's exactly from our top leadership. I was telling someone that I was hoping that because today is Kindiki Day, he's just been sworn in today, I was hoping that when they tell us about the interior slot, I was hoping they would give it to a woman. Yeah, but as it is, we know who has been given that slot, isn't it? So we need to keep fighting. Our work as media is to inform, educate, but the most important thing is that we actually we determine how society thinks, how society looks at issues. We are like opinion shapers. So the stories we tell will determine what society thinks. So if I start telling you every day that there are these women leaders who are doing great things where they are, people will read about you and they'll be like, okay, we have women and they're capable, isn't it? They're capable. Look at the 7 county governors that we have today. I know they have their own issues. I'm told, Doctors, you don't like writing about corruption in their counties. I'm focusing on the policies that are coming up with because I'm more interested in the women they're representing. And if there's a corruption case, yes, we will run it the way we run for the men too. But just look at what they're doing wherever they are. Look at Gladys Wanga. Look at Cecily Mbarire. Waiguru, love them, hate them. Those women are doing some great things down there. And they're interacting with the women at the grassroots, okay? And empowering them. A society where everyone feels equally represented is the society that thrives. So if we leave women behind, and one of the SDG policies says that leave no one behind. So we're not going to leave the women behind. And for the men in the room, I always tell my colleagues in the office, it's not a competition. We're not competing. And I remind them, tomorrow if your daughter is empowered, tomorrow if your daughter is a president, won't you be happy? Does it mean that if she becomes president, then we'll decide to tell the men, songa kando? I tell my colleagues and I tell people I speak to and the women I speak to, I look forward to a day when everyone will feel equally represented. I do not look forward for a day when men will be fighting for gender equality. Okay? When men will be saying, now, you've left us behind, the girl child is taking everything, the boy child is suffering, men are suffering, and so forth. No, we want a society that offers equal opportunities to all, whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's in the workplace. Someone talked about women and the baggage they have to carry at the workplace. You're a CEO, but as you go to the office in the morning, you're thinking about the baby you left behind, the nanny. Okay, the baby was unwell. Or then you remember, oh, I did not tell the nanny that this is what you're having for dinner. Okay? I have a problem with people who think women are never available for those panels you see on TV at 9 p.m. in the night. So you'll always see manels. Manels are those panels that are made of men. If I had PowerPoint, I'd have shown you, there was a panel where they were discussing women in leadership. And the way they write that tag here, women in leadership. Then there were 5 men. And I'm thinking, do they even understand what it feels like or what it is to be a woman leader? They do not. But now I tell my colleagues in the newsroom, because they'll tell me, oh, Dorcas, women are very difficult. You tell her, she'll tell you, oh, my hair, oh, my... I tell them, first of all, that woman, as women, we are judged harshly. If I appear on TV looking a certain way, I can sit with him, a man, and I come and tell you, at 9 p.m. tonight, we have that show. We are talking about Shifsha and all those, the taxes. So you're an expert, come. You tell me, Dorcas, now you see even the dress I'm wearing today, my hair, and and then today I have a day bag. So if I don't go home on time, understandably, and I understand. So I tell my colleagues, treat women differently because the unpaid care that they have to handle, okay, is what actually pulls them back. I don't know if you've seen she actually shared something here, that woman sitting there and the many other responsibilities, okay, the hurdles. So what I do and what I tell them to do is I'll come to you and tell you next week on Thursday, we'll be having this panel. We'll be discussing this. First of all, I give you enough time, okay? Digest, understand, get time to read everything about it because sometimes you sit there and you're churning out, very important information. No one is listening, just looking at that thing you have on your head and they're wondering, what is that, okay? So I'll tell you next Thursday, we have this session. We'll be talking about Shif and Shah, and then you'll have enough time to go and get your Zara dress or the Vivo, the one you saw that you'd want people to see you on TV. Your hair, you want it to look a certain way. Because for a man, even if he was wearing a T-shirt written Sengenge ni ng'ombe, and then I tell him come at 9, he'll be there, isn't it? And no one will say anything about it. He will sit there, and everyone will be nodding as they speak. Yeah. Okay? So, those are the things that I'm trying to bring to an end. In Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and hoping that we extend it to the rest of Africa and the rest of the world, even as we hope that Kamala Harris becomes the next president of the US. So, authenticity is your power. Be you. Don't try to be like a man. It is not a sin to be empathetic. Be you. Number 2, and I'm talking about things I've learned from these women that I have covered over the years. Success leaves ladders, not just footprints. Okay? So who are you hand-holding? Okay? So that you leave the ladder for those others who come after you to also join you. But we also have some of us who just want to be there by ourselves, isn't it? Sisi tu peke yetu. To the point that we've intimidated other women so much. Just last week, we had a session in our office. So there's this CEO, a man, who came to the office for some meeting. So he walks into the boardroom and he has this lady who's carrying a bag for him. So we sit around the boardroom table and there are so many other seats left. But this lady goes and sits on the side and I'm asking her, why? You're the PA. Why are you sitting? The way we've been socialized, that this is an important meeting for the important people, so me, I am not. So I'm supposed to sit at the back. Our place is not at the back. Someone talked about bringing the chair. Who watched the video of the lady who literally brought a seat? Did you see that? There was a panel sitting, and she seated there, she's watching, then she just carried a chair, came, put it, and sat there. Okay? So, no one will give you that seat at the table. Later, you kiti weka hapo, share your views. I know you will share something very important, no one will listen. Then the man sitting next to you will echo it, and everyone will be like, yeah. So, sorry, I'm using my phone because brain fog, courtesy of menopause, sometimes we forget these things. So every remarkable woman that we've featured before have one thing in common. They were intentional about pulling others up. So you need to be intentional about pulling another woman up. 3, your story matters. So this book, I didn't bring it, it's at the table. Very, very important. Your granddaughter will read it, and I hope there'll be a digital version so that 100 years from now, so that in 97 years from now, when we'll have achieved gender equality, someone will read it and say, these are the women who, brought us this far, okay? So your story matters, and be proud of it, okay? The women who've made the biggest impact aren't just those with the biggest titles. Even those ones, the grassroots women, the women who start small chamas where they pay 20 shillings every day, then the money grows. Kidogo, you hear they've started a cooperative. Kidogo, they've started a small bank. Those are leaders in their own small spaces. I tell every woman that you're a leader. Even in that house where you're making decisions of what you're going to eat. You decide today is Friday, mzee anaendanga kukunywa leo, sindio? leo ndio napika chapati na ndengu. Akirudi hapa, that's what he'll get for dinner. He'll not get the meat or the chicken that he was looking for. But that was on a light note. But I'm saying, we are the ones who make decisions, even in the house. That's a leadership role, decision making, isn't it? Number 4, innovation often comes from irritation. Innovation comes from irritation, okay? So the women entrepreneurs, okay, they start a business because they're frustrated by some gaps that they noticed. I remember many forums where we're talking about even the passion to profit forums that Frida used to lead. We'd ask now, how does one start a business? Then we'd be told, just look for a gap. Look for a gap, and you'll find it. There's one woman who saw a gap in babies' clothes, okay? So women have to go all the way to town or to Yaya and whatever. She started selling babies' clothes online. She's thriving now, okay? So irritation leads to innovation. Number 5, community is currency. Someone asked about, I think, yes. So community is currency. So they did not succeed alone, these women. Most of these women we've covered, they'll tell you there's someone who held my hand, there's someone who encouraged me, and that's a common theme I've had this evening, someone talking about my husband, my children, my sister, my father. So community. But community also goes beyond the family. You have your neighbors, you have your colleagues, you have your friends. Those are the people who help you get to where you are. Building networks. Are you in a chama? Are you in an investment group? What are you doing with it? How are you growing? And we learn from each other. It's through networking that we actually grow. Number 6, resilience is a muscle. And I love the resilience of the rural woman. If you see the amount of work those women do. Our work is just to go to Marikiti or to go to the local market or even go to the supermarket and buy the sweet potatoes from the shelf, go to the fridge, pick the spinach. But you don't know what has gone through that to get there. It's the resilience of a woman somewhere. Of course, if they are handheld by their spouses, their husbands, their brothers, and the men in their lives, okay? There's a woman, for example, whose story we did, she lost 3 elections. I mean, she wanted to be a politician, lost 3 elections. But every time she lost, like we've had, stood up, dusted herself, moved on. But over those years, she created a community around her. Eventually, she won. And now what is she doing? She's mentoring other aspiring politicians who want to be politicians like her, giving them a ladder to also climb up and join her. Number 7, lead from where you are. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying, even that woman making decisions in her house is leading from where she is. So you don't wait for anyone to tell you to be a leader. Just lead from where you are. Just show by example. In the office, I think Kara is the one who said, when you're asked to do that extra, you ask, am I being paid? Dorcas is asked to work. Today I'm working. I work on public holidays. When we had Obama's presidential election, I remember we slept in the office, literally slept in the office. Not slept, but stayed awake the whole night. Some people ask, are you paying us for this? But when you are intentional in doing that, someone notices you, of course, and you have to do it well. Number 8, your timeline is your own. Do not compete. So I look at Carol and I say, at 30, Carol lives in this neighborhood. She's driving this car. We know of people who started businesses at 50, others started at 20. There are those who became CEOs at 30, others became CEOs at 60. The other day I was having a discussion with a friend and I was telling them, I'm soon turning 60. So I think maybe I'll just retire and go to the village. And they're like, retire and go to the village to do what? Life is just beginning. So don't be surprised if you start reading about Dorcas doing some AI, okay? Artificial intelligence things somewhere at 65. So We have different timelines, so your timeline is your own. Go at your own pace. Do not compete. Go at your own pace. Sometimes I look at myself today and I look back 20 years ago. I had friends. I started as a teacher. I have friends who started at the bank. I remember my son would tell me, I didn't have a car then, so my son then I thought they would ask me, Mom, why can't you buy a car like Auntie so-and-so? You know? But today I have my own car, and I thank God for that. Of course, it's God. When I look back, I'm like, everyone has their own timeline. God says, at the right time, I, the Lord, will make it happen. So let's not compete, let's not rush. I said again, what matters a lot is just holding the hand and providing the ladder. Yes, leave the footprints, but also leave a ladder. Now, number 9, transform systems, not just symptoms. Symptoms are those, what I call tokenism, where women, for example, you're given a role because they've realized, okay, here we have 7 men, so we need a woman. So you go and just look for any woman and say, Nani, you come. And you're just a flower girl there. You know, they'll never even consult you for anything. They'll just make decisions. You'll be told this, that was already passed. You know, so how then do we get to, help in transforming system? I'm going to talk about system, I'm talking about policies. At what point are we sitting at this decision-making table where we are going to influence policies? The symptoms do not help because symptoms ikiisha bado itarudi tu at some point. Number 10, balance is not perfect, it is purposeful. The most honest conversations are about work-life integration. And I tell my reporters when you're doing stories about women, please never ask women, how do you balance work and family? We don't ask men the same thing. So it's about integration, okay? So there are moments when your work will be more important. There are moments when family will be prioritized. And it is important for us also to know how to balance these two in order to come to integrating. Not asking about balancing, and yet we don't ask the men. So you tell me, oh, so how when the baby is sick? And these are the things that have made women remain behind for a very, very long time, okay? Now, one last bonus lesson that I learned from these women is that joy is part of the journey. So even as we go through this journey with the many challenges that come with them, we have to maintain a certain sense of humor, we have to maintain a certain sense of joy and love what we are doing and not sit comfortable or sit pretty where we are thinking, now nimefika. Like Carol said again, biashara is giving me 2 million a month, so I'm okay, okay? We always need to be adventurous. And always when I say adventurous, we also need to network. Men support each other because when they meet in the evening having a drink, there's this deal. So you decide as, you know, the boys club, this is what we're going to do about it. I'll give you this share, I'll give you this share. The woman, when you leave the office, you're thinking, oh, I need to get home. So you remove your CEO hat and become the mother and the head of the family, taking care of the family. So it's very, very important to get time to interact, to connect, to laugh in the midst of all these challenges that we face, because my wish would be that we shorten this 97 years. Sometimes the UN will tell you in the next 30 years. Somebody else will tell you, but this is the SDGs. So SDGs, I think it just captures everything and captures all the countries globally, telling us we have 97 years to get to the level of earning gender equality. So for me, my joy would be a day when every woman feels represented equally, every girl feels accepted and appreciated in the society, every girl from the Samburu community, from the Maasai community is able to go to school, when we eliminate child marriage, when we eliminate FGM, when we ensure every girl goes to school. And this also cannot happen without male allies. And the male allies are the men in our lives. And I'm very proud of the men in this room today, because you've come here today, you're supporting your sister, you're supporting your wife, your auntie, whoever it is. But these are the men who will ask, how about Jane? You know, when we are picking maybe people to sit in a certain committee, the male allies are the ones who hold our hands and also help us to grow. So they're very important in our lives. And so I say that even as we grow, even as we move on and have more and more women leaders, and even as we celebrate these 13 women, please let's not forget the men in our lives, the ones who support us. And even as they support us, then we also need to remind the others who think that women are asking for too much and who think that women who fight for gender equality are feminists, that feminism is not bad. It's a positive thing. And sometimes how I guilt trip them, I tell them, think of your mother, think of your daughter. If someone treats them the way you're treating the women, the other women who are not in your relatives in your lives, your colleagues in the office, when the promotions come, how do you do it? Okay? So, like I said, I started my journey at Alliance Girls High School, watching young women discover their potential. So today I have the privilege of telling your stories, and I started the 13 women in this room. I am open to telling your stories if you'll allow me to tell your stories, because women sometimes are also sensitive. There are people who do not want their stories told. And so, because these women, the 13 in this particular book, you're adding a chapter to the story of Kenya. And in as far as women's leadership is concerned. So you're making our country proud. And the ones who are still finding their leadership voices, I know quite a number of you in the room here also, and are here because they've been inspired by the 13 latest authors in town. I am just hoping that we will also get to the point where Duso will look for you to write your story and share with us your journeys, the challenges, the good, the bad, and the ugly of how you started to the point where you are today. And what Carol said earlier again, leadership is not just about having all the answers, it's about having the courage to ask the right questions, the wisdom to listen to diverse voices, including your juniors, and it's also about the conviction to act for the greater good of the nation, for the greater good of a better world that we will leave for our children and our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I want to finish by saying that, and this is a quote I picked somewhere, I couldn't get the author, but they said, the difference between a successful woman leader and others isn't the absence of obstacles. The difference between a successful woman leader and others isn't the absence of obstacles. It is the presence of persistence. Okay? So the obstacles will be there, but are you going to give up? So you need to persist. We need to keep moving. Because if you, the 13 women here today, if you resign to your fate and decide this is the end of it, this is just the beginning. Regardless of your age, everyone who's sitting here, this is just the beginning. And we want you to handhold other women. The 13 of you should translate to 26. The 26 of you should translate to many other women and girls who look up to you and will be our leaders for tomorrow. So my question as I leave, are you mentoring anyone? Do you have a mentor yourself? And you do not stop having, even if you're 70, you still have a mentor. I have young girls in the office, Wanja being one of them, that I look up to. So I learn quite a bit from them, and they also learn from me. So as we come to the end of the year is also ending. I want you to just tell yourself and give yourself one of the things you want to achieve next year is that you've decided you're going to mentor one girl. May I challenge you that the next book, the next series of The Way She Leads will be made up of girls that you have mentored. I would love to see millennials in the next time. And I'm not saying you leave old women. They also have stories to tell. But can we see millennials? Can we see some Gen Zs? Because they're our leaders of tomorrow. And on that note, I want to leave and tell you, please allow me to go back because I want to tell you stories to inform, to educate, to entertain, and shape the society's opinions that women can make as good leaders as the men. I'm not going to say what a man does, a woman can do better. No. what a man does, a woman can also do. Asanteni sana.
Wow. Let's give a better round of applause. Thank you so much, Dorcas. Really, really insightful and deep. We are glad that you found time to come and to be part of the conversation we are having today. And I'm so glad that you are promising to help continue shining a spotlight on these women, because we are very intentional about that. One of the things that we must do very well is to shine a spotlight on them until we shift those narratives to a place where we will be able to exhaust their resourcefulness and enjoy the blessings that God intended for us through them. Thank you so much for your remarks. We really appreciate you. I want to bring us the keynote speaker of the day, an amazing woman. I know most of you have either heard about her or listened to her speak or interacted with her or her works. And she is a true demonstration of what it means for a woman to lead, and not just lead, but drive impact in our society. And we are so honored to have her presence here, because she will not just speak to us, but when she stands here, we will see it. We will see it. We will see what it means when women are allowed to lead, empowered to lead, supported to lead, and celebrated as they lead. So Eva Moriah is the keynote speaker for today. I know she has plenty of things to tell us, but I'll just read her bio quickly, and then I'll bring her to the podium to share with us the nuggets that she brings. She's a distinguished entrepreneur, women's empowerment advocate, and a thought leader in Africa. She is the founder and CEO of Brand Strategy and Design, BSD Group, a company renowned for pioneering impactful brand solutions across East Africa. With over 2 decades of leadership experience, she's been instrumental in transforming African business and promoting value-driven leadership in the region. Eva's remarkable contributions have been widely recognized. She was awarded the Goldman Sachs Fortune Global Women Leaders Award, acknowledging her exceptional leadership and impact in advancing women in business. Additionally, she has received the International Women's Entrepreneurial Challenge Award and was named one of Kenya's most influential women in business and governance. Her works have earned her numerous accolades, including the Women, let me just check this out again, the African Women of Excellence Awards, I hope I'm getting it right, for outstanding contribution to women's empowerment in Africa. Beyond her achievements in business, she is deeply committed to mentoring the next generation of women leaders, inspiring countless young women to step confidently into leadership. Today, she joins us to share her insights on recognizing, supporting, and celebrating women leaders, drawing from her own journey and her unwavering dedication to empowering women at all levels. I want us to put our hands together as we bring Eva Moriah to the podium. Please give her a very, very warm round of applause until she gets here. Come on, keep clapping. Keep doing it until she comes here. This is the lovely and amazing Eva Moriah. Thank you so very much. Come on, ladies. You can give her a better round of applause until she gets here. And you can see how easy she is at 25. This is lovely.
Semeni ni saa 3. How is everybody feeling? Really? Ebu simameni kidogo. Simameni, simameni, simameni. Wow! I am so glad I've been in this room this afternoon and this evening. Look at Kenya. Come on, celebrate Kenya. Celebrate. Celebrate Kenya. Celebrate Kenya. Woo! And Dorcas, Paule for the pressure on time. We really would have wanted to sit by your feet longer because those nuggets, I was scribbling my heart out. Wapi DJ before I get into my formal conversation? Because we have a big, big God. Are you feeling like that? Do we have a big, big God? DJ, wapi? Tuko sawa? Wapi rumba? Na utupatie ka video kidogo. We need to call him down here, eh? Because he is very present in the praises of his people. And I have been so edified this afternoon. I have learned from all of you. Wow. Hey, yeah, yeah. Come on. Here at the launch of the Way She Leads project. Thank you, thank you, thank you for inviting me. There could have been many, many, many that you would have honored with this milestone that is life-changing, but you together with Zion Pearl, publishers, Doso, Radido, thank you for the honor of gracing this opportunity as your keynote. And each remarkable woman whose story fills the pages of this anthology, I want to learn all those names so that I say them by heart. Some of you are known to me at a personal level. Some of you have tonight become people who must give me an autograph and a photograph. Please promise me that. So tonight we are here to celebrate and amplify the voices of extraordinary women. I listened to each and every single one of you. I didn't miss a single one. Terry Shiundo, Siato Kekayaya, Carol Kadenge, Julia Thitai, Natalie Madenge, Katherine Nyaga, Jane Buria, Elishiba Pariot, my namesake, Eva Giduku, Janet Wangare, Olive Getao, Linda Moria, and Masi Karoga. Each of your stories are a gift. They are a gift because you heard Dorcas. Not every woman is willing to share her story. They are a gift, and they remind us that leadership comes in many forms, often nurtured through resilience, and I heard that theme run throughout this afternoon, courage, and a commitment to uplift others. Dorcas talked about it's not just about the footprints, but about the ladder. Last month, because today is the 1st of November, we grieved an amazing African man, Dikembe, the basketballer. I have always made reference of his amazing story. And one of the things I will forever remember he taught me is that when you use the elevator to get up, you must always remember to press down. Do you know how when you get onto the top floor, 14th floor is the top, 27th floor is the top, don't just step out and let it hang around waiting for you to finish your dinner. Make sure that you press the button that says ground floor. Come on, that says ground floor. So from what I've gathered this afternoon, and I was glancing through and I was making references as each of you was speaking, this book is more than a collection of stories. It's a celebration of journeys that inspire us to lead with purpose. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. We honor each of you today, recognizing the courage that it takes to share your experiences so others may find their own paths to leadership. There were younger women here. There were children here. They were listening. They were scribbling. I was watching it. And I know that they've been inspired to find their own paths. Each story is a beacon lighting the way for countless other women who aspire to make a difference. And I heard from our very excellent moderator that we had a team online. I don't know whether they're still online. Ama Kasembe imefanya watu watoke online. But yes, you have really provided a beacon of light. So of course, as I was invited not too long ago, but invited to come today, I've been reflecting on where did the leadership really begin. So the first ones in the room, Nisisi, hello. Nisisi, it's okay. We are trying not to apologize. The cholerics that we have been. But throwback moment this week as I was thinking about just a few things that I want to say today. I don't want to be too long because it's been a very, very long day. I throw back to being 11 years old, vividly in my mind when leadership ignited. What was I doing then? I was in Standard 5. I was the chairperson via election of my school wildlife club. Dorcas, do you remember wildlife clubs of Kenya? So I was in my school in Mombasa. I grew up in Mombasa. And as the chairperson, we'd won an award. We had rabbits that we had tended very carefully. We had a tortoise. And those important things, we had kale in the shamba that we were growing, and yeah, it was serious. I took a radio interview, hello, and I took a newspaper interview. I actually still have the clipping of that newspaper interview because my mother made sure that we kept it as part of the story of my growing up. And then at 13, I became the head girl at my school. Thank you, Dorcas, for giving me the permission I wasn't going to tell anybody where I went to high school. Yeah, Jane Buria, you know. No, don't worry. I won't even mention that I went to Alliance because it would be so unfair. I mean, can you imagine if I told you guys I spent 6 years there? Wouldn't it be terrible? Yeah. So Alliance Girls High School, where I was prefect in O levels and A levels, and I was head of the music club and theater. So leadership, the rest is history. But I also want to say that as we reflect on leadership, and I think courtesy of Zion Pearl Publishers, you've given us license to get into a very necessary conversation as Kenyans. The timing couldn't have been better. Yeah? In its time, he makes all things beautiful. So as we reflect on leadership in these challenging times, and they are, not just in Kenya, not just around the region, but globally, we are praying that there can be sensibilities applied by the Americans in the next one week. Yeah, it's crunch time. It's actually 7 days to come. As we reflect on leadership in these challenging times, we know that women have always led with strength and empathy. That was another rallying theme I heard today, especially in times of crisis. In Kenya, we face complex issues that affect our economy, social structures, and families. And these times call for compassionate, balanced, objective, resilient, the words again, leaders and leadership. Women leaders in government, civil society, in corporate platforms are stepping up with empathy and integrity and guiding communities through turbulent times. This year, we saw women take charge. Actually, if you really think a little harder about the Gen Z, with your permission, I can call it revolution. I was amazed to see who was leading the revolution. So women's leadership extends across the social sphere as well. Women often lead advocacy efforts, and we've seen that, promoting social justice and reform and championing policies that protect the vulnerability of society. They remind us that in moments of crisis, true leadership demands accountability and unity. I was a mature professional during post-election violence and the role that our women played in just bringing some sanity and sensibility and objectivity and fairness and justice cannot be debated. And even at a familial level, at a family level, women provide the bedrock of stability, guiding families with resilience and care. You help me understand how a woman will use a packet of unga flour, her 7 odd, 9 odd children with a neighbor and cousin and somebody, and can stretch it for 5-6 days. And everyone's very happy. And everybody will go to bed contented. The power of being woman. These contributions, though often unseen, and I can tell you a little bit about how unseen they are crucial to our collective well-being. So the legacy of African women leaders is deeply rooted in history and, for many, anchored in faith. And I heard some of you unapologetically pronounce your anchoring in faith. And across the continent, women have risen to face the challenges of their times. Allow me to cite Asantewa in West Africa, who led her people against colonial forces. I don't need to tell you too much about Winnie Mandela in South Africa. She was symbolic around justice and resilience. She stood the apartheid masters in the face. Thank you for referencing for Kenya Wangari Maathai, professor who we truly miss, especially in a season of Kenya's leadership crisis like we are facing right now. She showed us the power of environmental activism, while Fatima Al-Fihri in North Africa established one of the oldest universities, leaving a legacy of knowledge and progress for Africa. In the corporate realm, which I have had the joy of being part of, so many sisters, so many of our moms, some of us have stood on the shoulders of giants. I celebrate tonight, even as you tell your leadership stories, women like Joyceanne Wainaina, who today is the founder and managing partner of Chui Ventures, but for many, many years, pushed the boundaries for Citi, the bank, business, and the global brand that it is. Anne Mutahi, formerly the senior advisor for SME development at the Office of the President of Kenya, who focused on scaling small businesses and empowering local entrepreneurs, having previously served as the chair of the board of Standard Chartered Bank. One of my most cherished mentors, the late Martha Mugambi. And when you talked about integration, Martha was just the symbol of integration. Trailblazers of women's economic empowerment in Kenya, contributor to the amazing work of the Kenya's Maendeleo ya Wanawake movement. She raised 5 amazing children, very well educated. I mean, Martha was my mentor. She called me chair for a long time because she fanned the flame of me founding the Kenya Association of Women Business Owners, and she would come and sit there. I was a young woman leader. She was my mom, but she sat there as a member, just fanning that flame of leadership. And what you were challenged by Dorcas, that perhaps the next edition, the 2.0, should each one of you bring 3 mentees and get them to be the published ones. We can go on celebrating Katherine Musakali, an advocate for governance. You've seen her work in this market. The founder of Dorian Associates and the Women of Boards Network, which we belong to, and I celebrate that. My girlfriend, Joanne Mwangi, she had to make it into my script. I owe her girlfriend Brownie Point. So the CEO of Professional Marketing Services, she's played her role and has been trailblazing. Zuhura Ogada, who now is the chair of the Marketing Society of Kenya, and whose leadership has reinvented governance and provided a renewal of the society and industry. These women demonstrate, and there are many we can name, but I wanted to bring in these names so that we can celebrate Kenya. We've not been napping on our laurels. I remember when I had the honor of serving on the board of KEPSA, 6 years I served, and part of our term, we did many things. For example, launching the first ever gender mainstreaming policy for Kenya. We've never had a policy before. So if you are a multinational, you probably will come into Kenya and practice what, metaphorically, Microsoft does globally around gender or diversity and inclusivity. But what if your name is Bidco? What if your name is KCB? What if your name is National Bank? What if your name is Keroche Breweries? What is your blueprint of diversity and inclusivity? So we launched this at KEPSA. But the point of mentioning Katherine was conducting a partnership between ourselves and Kenya Institute of Management and the Nairobi Securities Exchange in conducting a research that helped us to establish Kenya as the most progressive country in Africa around board diversity. So the work that Kenya is doing, the work that has been published just enhances the way in which Kenya positions itself and profiles itself and establishes itself as a leader. And yet we still have to do the 97-year decrease. Do you get it? So I'm saying this is good, what we have done, but we have a long way to go. But even in doing this good, we must be doing it and continuing to do it because we inspire other African countries and other countries in other markets globally. Kenya is right in the forefront of pushing forward. And because of anchoring on a faith level, let me get into some of the traditions of our faith, which also provide timeless examples of women who led in crisis. Did I talk about crisis? Where women have a particular calling. I'm saying to you here, experts in leadership, if you thought this was it, I am calling you out to say that maybe this is just the beginning of what Kenya needs you to do. Deborah, who was a judge and a prophet. Queen Esther, who risked her life to save her people. Or the little servant girl. Do you all remember her? Do you remember her? Of Naaman's fame? The Gen Zs represented? They're in scripture. Hello? These stories remind us that leadership is a calling and can be fulfilled without titles. Little servant girl. Hello? Didn't she have a name? Little servant girl. And the rallying theme today was the titles are not necessary. Not always. Because by leading, we're influencing those around us with integrity and courage. So some of you may know of some of the work that BSD Group has offered the market in at least the last 4 years. In the last 4 years, in partnership with Ipsos, the market research company, we have published the top 100 most loved brands by women in Kenya study. 4 years in a row, and I was just telling Dorcas that we have the audacity. We want to publish the top 100 most loved brands by women in East Africa by next year, March. So that's a prayer plug right there. And it was really because many times the sense of we don't have the data. We don't know the data, and that's why we continue to omit and forget and exclude and ignore and underrepresent or misrepresent issues that affect women. So we said, no, we're going to change this narrative, and today we are counting into the 5th year if we publish next March, which we hope to. So women's influence shapes more than just leadership. It shapes economies and communities. And the top 100 most loved brands by women study, which is owned by BSD Group and Ipsos, has shown that brands connect authentically with women and addressing, when brands connect, authentic. Did I hear you talk about authentic, Dorcas? I was listening. And we chora notes. When brands connect authentically with women and address their long-term needs, they will gain long-term loyalty. And since the study began in 2021, a consistent theme has emerged. Brands most loved by women prioritize quality, community support, and inclusivity. In 2024, the edition of our study reveals that 69% of women play a critical role in household purchases. 7 out of 10 women make pivotal health-related choices for their families. And this is the leadership that I kept hearing us make constant reference to. This reinforces the importance of recognizing women as not only consumers, but leaders and advocates and decision makers. I would not represent sufficiently if I didn't remind us that in Kenya, the 2/3 gender rule serves as a legislative commitment to equity. requiring that no more than 2/3 of any elected or appointed body be of the same gender. Whereas this is a step forward for representation, achieving its full implementation is an ongoing challenge. Did I hear you say that you were hoping the docket would go the other way? But when fully realized, this rule would ensure that women's voices are present in critical decision-making spaces, particularly in times of national crisis. So studies indicate that when women are included in leadership, policies are more inclusive and sustainable, better reflecting society's needs. So when we are absent, society is not fully represented. Did that sound complicated? We just must keep saying it and saying it and saying it until it gets understood. I think it's not that we are not saying it. I think we just need to say it consistently, loudly enough, frequently enough, in as simple a language as possible until it gets fully understood. Ensuring this rule is honored at all levels of government and industry can make a transformative difference in addressing Kenya's challenges. But recognition alone isn't enough. And I heard us rally that theme. Women need robust support systems. I've been a single mother 25 years. Not by choice, but because God had a different plan for my very short marriage. Widowed only after 7 years. And I cannot imagine what my life would have been without a robust support system. Whether it's balancing careers, families, societal expectations, requires networks that uplift and empower. So you all 13 of you, declaration ya leo, joined at every corner of the hip with a moderator called Dasu. He has to moderate this relationship completely and absolutely. And thank you for being her beautiful cheerleader through it all. Thank you. The robust support systems are what are going to get you to publish your other story about how God completely gave you a second chance, for example, and other things that will happen as you all stand together. So research indicates that mentorship and sponsorship increase women's advancement opportunities by over 20%. I have mentors, I do mentor, but imagine if we understood data that by me mentoring this young woman or me being mentored, I am enhanced 20+% of who I would otherwise have been if I excluded a mentor. Isn't that beautiful? So as women, we must be each other's advocates, creating a network that allows us to thrive together. The top 100 most loved brands by women study highlights this further, with 28% of women, especially in urban areas, identifying balancing work and family as a significant challenge. 445 of women in Kenya are mothers with, no, 44%. 44% of all women in Kenya, 44% are mothers. Out of those mothers, 1 out of 2 are single. Did you know that? Half of Kenya's mothers are single. Did you know that? It's a study. We went to the field and have gathered this data consistently. So we must address these needs by fostering environments that support women at every level. If 1 out of 2 mothers in Kenya are single, what does that mean for everything? Mental health,
wallets, share of wallet, issues of convenience, distribution strategies, messaging of brands, the way we market. What does that mean in terms of packaging? What does that mean in terms of what the pulpits are giving us? Are they addressing? Are they aware? Do you understand? Evidence is everything. So tonight, as we celebrate the remarkable women in the Way She Leads project, let us also challenge ourselves to find our own spheres of leadership. True leadership doesn't require a title. Little servant girl. And I heard there's a whole chapter about Buria's chapter. She talks about leadership not really being about that, but service. So this little servant girl was exactly where she was supposed to be when she was. It requires purpose and conviction. Each of us has the power to lead, whether it's in our families, communities, workplaces, or even on national stage. We are all leaders in our own right, all of us here, all. And our influence can be a force for good. So as we look toward the future, I want to encourage each of us, each one, to step into our roles with courage and, that word again, authenticity. I want to do it like this. Authenticity. I'll always remember you for that. Thank you, Natalie. The Way She Leads project is a testament to the difference one woman can make. Together, let us build a legacy of empowered, visionary women who lift each other up and inspire generations to come. You know the myth that has always been that we are our own worst enemies. That is propaganda. Try and tell me one wedding that happened without the role of a community of women. Try and tell me one funeral that happened without a community of women. And these things happen every weekend, every week, correct? So we must continue to lift one another up. One Itega that happened without a community of women. As we consider the impact of this book, we must ask ourselves, what legacy are we building? The stories here contribute to a powerful foundation for future generation of women leaders. I loved that she said, in 100 years, this book will be read by some young women who will be needing inspiration to lead how to walk from Mars to Pluto or something. I don't know. They remind us that women's leadership, particularly in times of crisis, is essential to creating a resilient and inclusive society. Can it really be done? Do you think it can be done? That we can step up? One more time, I'm going to say, and I know, Radido, you did well in introducing me, but my journey would not have happened if I didn't embrace the principle of courage, the audacity to lead. You know, just stepping up there and saying, I'm going to do this thing. And yes, my tummy is racing. And yes, the little voices were speaking at 4 a.m, but I am going to do this thing. Courage, the audacity to dream boldly and fearlessly. And it doesn't matter the sounds of my past that he called me, or they called me, or they thought that our home couldn't produce. I am going to do this. And this is what I want to say to the younger women who came here today looking for a stepping stone that has been provided by this excellent platform. Commitment that this thing that I've courageously decided, I am committed to doing it. and I am going to stick at it, and I'm going to hold on to it, and it's going to drag me around the place, but I am not letting go. I'm going to equip myself with a capability. I may not be very strong in this area, but I know a school, I have a coach, I have a mentor, I have an online class, I can go for a peer referencing, I can go on a benchmarking tour, etc., etc. Be courageous, be committed. Instill in yourself the capability, the skill, the proficiency that you need. Oh, my dear Kenyans, the deficiency of character in our country. Woo! Pako na shida hapo. Pako na shida. Leadership that is worth anything to admire and to write home about. Without the character, may the Lord help Kenya. There is a huge deficiency. Shame on us. Shame on us. How can we lead if we do not wear a lens of compassion? Kenya is hurting from one place to another, whether it is to think solutions that we lead around health, whether it is food security, whether it is the values. And I heard lots of you in human capital spaces. You know, the 9 yards. Kenya needs to be addressed with tenderness. That women's leadership, how she leads, fixes so perfectly. Courage, commitment, capability, character, compassion. Let's commit to recognizing, supporting, celebrating women at every level of leadership. It doesn't matter whether she is, I'm involved right now with an exciting couple of projects around the care economy. So we are always in the markets trying to create safe spaces for women to rest their children, have them catered for, fed as they are figuring out the produce in the marketplace, dignifying childcare. So exciting things like that. You come across women leadership, even at that place. You don't just saunter into Mudhurwa market and think you can address people. There are leaders there. They may be at that level. They may be titleless, but they are leading. So that we are celebrating them at every moment, ensuring that our contributions are seen, that they are valued, and they are amplified. I want to finish, because I must, by sharing that I am a brand builder, and a very good one at that. Hello. Brand innovation, communication management's been my craft, my gifting, my talent for always. Brands are truth, is what we always tell our clients. You can't work a polish and think it will be all right. Hello. Brands are truth. Proverbs 22 verse 1. It talks about a good name. And that a good name is worth more than rubies. It goes on to say, it is better to be esteemed. It is more esteemed than silver and gold. That good name. So let me take that one more time. A good name is worth more than rubies. It is more esteemed than silver and gold. The name of a leader is worth more than rubies. It is more esteemed than silver and gold. My personal experience in the times that we live as Kenyans is that we are reorganizing how God has told us names of leaders ought to be. What I have seen is that we are using silver and gold ahead of the name or to create the name. God says, the name first. The silver and gold is number 2. Tuko sawa hapo? And this is what I would want to leave with all of us here as a parting shot. Can you please power up your glasses? I don't have a glass. Could you? The water has kind of been drunk. I've drunk like 3 bottles just in case the hotel says na mmejiongezea maji. Also, I want to own up to I would like all of you to stand up. Stephanie, you can bring me that juice. Today, my armor bearer has been my daughter, Wamboi Muraya. She's right here with me. Thank you for celebrating that I have a daughter that I came with. Thank you. So before I came here, I was like, what? Why did they ask me to come? Mimi, whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah. So I'm actually, I'm trained as a journalist. And I was trying to think, okay, am I published? Whoa, whoa. Then I said, okay, but our company, our PR company is always publishing. So maybe I'm published. But as I celebrate these amazing women, I also want to say that in exactly 1 month, I will be the mother of a published author. In my younger daughter, Zawadi. I am immensely proud of her. Zawadi has lived with cerebral palsy the last 27 years, and she has written the story of her life, which we will be publishing on the 3rd of December. Doso, you are welcome, you and these wonderful people and all of you. I am immensely proud. So maybe it's because I am about to become the mother of a published author that I got the honor of being invited. But please stand up and join me in raising up a huge round of applause to these 13 amazing trailblazers who have demonstrated great collaboration in joining hearts, minds, and hands to deliver into this market a wonderful masterpiece that will change lives and edify spirits. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Cheers, girls, and God bless you. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. God bless you. I celebrate all of you.
Wow, what an amazing, amazing speech. Let's give her a better round of applause, please. Of course, she deserves it. She deserves it. Wow, thank you so much, Eva.
Thank you.
Thank you for blessing us with your words of wisdom and for bringing...
You can sit down. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing your motherliness into the house. We can feel it. I was feeling it so much, and I'm so glad. We want to do 3 very special things. Number 1, for this great achievement that we have come to celebrate here, and as I say this, I remember the statement you just made, Madam Eva, that as we think about the impact of this book, let's ask ourselves, what legacy are we building? That's such a powerful quote that should be posted somewhere and her name should be put under that. I really don't like this idea of African proverb. Those were our grandfathers. They didn't write their names. So this time around, we make sure our names are written. Just write her name under that quote and let it fly out there. So number 1, we want to give you a certificate of achievement. These 13 ladies, we're going to give you certificates of achievement right now because you are now officially published, launched, celebrated authors, right? So we are going to do that quite fast. And then after that, we will have her help us cut the tape to declare the book officially launched. And then we will cut the cake. And then we will begin to autograph. So when the autographing session comes, the ladies will just be seated where they are. We will just be passing through here. You'll get this rare opportunity of having very many autographs in your book in one go. And you get an opportunity of a lifetime to meet authors. It's usually very difficult to meet authors. Personally, I've read very many books, never met the authors. But today you'll have an opportunity to meet all of them. Take photos with them, ask them questions if you want, let them speak to you, whatever you want to hear from them, and then that will be lovely. So we start with the certificates. So as we call you ladies, you will be coming, I think we should stand down here. Okay, all right. Yes. So we'll be calling your names one by one. You come, you receive your certificate, take photos with the amazing Eva. And then, yes, Dorcas, please, please, please. I almost forgot you. Please come. And then we will do it that way. So I'll have Dottie help me with that, then we proceed fast. As we give them the certificates of achievement, please feel free to give them a round of applause.
Elishiba Msengeti Poriot. Carol Kadenge. Santo Kekayaya. Olive Gitau. Eva Giduku. Terry Shiundu. Terry Shiundu. Jane Mburia. Janet Kariuki. Okay. I have been instructed to add the title published author. Published author Katherine Nyaga Mbidi. Published author Linda Moria. Published author Julia Titai. Published author Natalie Madenge. Published author Mercy Wanjiko Karuga.
Yes. Yes.
Well, congratulations, lady. Let's give them another hot round of applause. Now you are published, you are certified. Now you can change your name, published author so and so. We have given you the powers. Now the next very important thing we are doing, please, Madam Eva, don't go away. We are going to cut the tape just to have the book officially declared to have been launched. So we will stand here, and then I'll request the ladies who will be popping the poppers to get ready. I'll request all the authors to come and stand with us here. We will cut the tape, and then we will cut the cake, and then we'll go back to our seats to autograph the books. I hope you had you were given those special pens for autographing. Wonderful. So let's just stand here. We're going to be cutting the tape here in a moment. Do we move this table? Oh, the table stays here. All right, no problem. So the ladies will stand here, all of you, and then we'll have Madam Eva come here. You will help us cut the tape, of course, together with Dorcas.
The published authors, please come forward.
They'll look amazing.
The keyword is published.
So what I'll have you do is you'll grab this. That's the tape you will be cutting, and then I'll have one of you help me hold this. So you'll cut that tape, and then as you cut the tape, we'll be celebrating and making all the wonderful noise, because with that, yes? All right. Okay. Yeah, that is the tape you're cutting. So on the count of 3, she will be cutting. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Congratulations, ladies. The book is officially launched. Another round of applause again. This book is officially launched. Officially launched. Thank you so much, ladies. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We are very proud of you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And I like the way you are icing it with hugs, congratulatory hugs. You all look nice under those glitters. Whoever that idea, that idea I think is coming out nice. Thank you so very much. So the next thing we are doing is to cut the cake. They will all cut the cake. So ladies, please help me with the cutting of the cake. We are doing very well. We've heard them, we've seen them. We've given them the certificates. The book is officially declared launched and the tape is cut. If the photographer can be taking more photos here, that would be very good. And then let's have the cake. Let's have the cake people help us. Fiona, is your team ready? Okay, let's have them come quick. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This looks lovely. We've been waiting for this cake for a long time. Can the DJ give us some music as we go through the process? Let's get So we have a cake here. Okay, Dottie.
Tell you say you can never be the one, but God say, make I tell you say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for.
We are not seeing. Hatuwaoni. Maliza cake. Oh, nikusongezee. You want to move?
who made today's book launch a remarkable success. I am giving a vote of thanks. I request your attention. As we bring this momentous event to a close, I'm deeply honored to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today's book launch a remarkable success. Firstly, to the founder of the inspiring project, Mr. Doso Radido, thank you for your unwavering vision and dedication. Your passion for amplifying voices and creating space for change has made this journey possible, bringing us all together today. To our brilliant authors, thank you for the courage, creativity, and authenticity you have poured into this book. Your words and stories will surely inspire readers and spark change in ways we can't yet imagine. It is because of your talent and commitment that we celebrate today. Our profound gratitude to our keynote speaker, Eva Moriah, whose words have not only inspired us, but also challenged us to see things differently. Your wisdom and experience have left an indelible mark on this event, making it truly unforgettable. To our distinguished guest, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your support and encouragement mean the world, and we are truly honored to have had you with us as we celebrate this milestone. We are immensely grateful to all our attendees, families, friends, and colleagues, and supporters. Thank you for being here to share in this special moment. Your support, encouragement uplift and inspire us all. To the incredible support staff, thank you for your tireless efforts behind the scenes, from the setup to ensuring everything ran smoothly. You have been invaluable in making today perfect. We would also like to express our appreciation to the hotel and their exceptional team for hosting us and providing a beautiful space that brought warmth and elegance to our event. And thank you to myself for being our moderator today. It has been fun interacting with you all. Thank you. We are free to interact, network, take photos, and we can leave when we are ready to. Do have a lovely, lovely evening. And we can call it a lot. The way she leads.